Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Saturday. We are back. And yeah, today's been kind of weird. I was up all night. I was working on some stuff and went, oh, I got to take a nap. And then that kind of turned into an all-day thing. So yeah, it's kind of been one of those deals. You know what I mean? Where it's like, yeah, it could have been better. I did get stuff done, but not entirely where I wanted to be kind of deal, if that makes any sense. So I've been looking, trying to see what there is. And nothing's really catching my eye, if I'm honest. There's not really a whole lot that's catching my eye. Let me see. And I love this. Star Wars Outlaws is still $70. Still $70. That's like, my God, why? Like, I'd give it a shot, but not at $70. Not if it's something that I'm going to get bored of or, like, really, really sick of really, really quick. You know what I mean? Okay, let me see here. What do we got? What is going on with oh God, Kenshi. Let me see. That's not bad. I think I already have this. Well, at least most of it anyway. Hang on. Let me see. Jesus. Nah, I don't feel like playing a sad game. I don't feel like playing a sad game today. What else we got? I don't even know. I really don't even know. What do you guys think? What are you in the mood for tonight? Because originally I was going to do more Dune, and then I was like, I don't know, maybe. It's kind of one of those days where I'm like, I'm very, very indecisive. I guess would be the best way to put it, is I'm indecisive today, and I don't know why. I just am. Let me see. Let me see what we got going on. Not seeing anything. But hang on one second. Let me go here. Because here's what we can do for the, in the meantime, I guess. Where the hell is it? Where is it? there was some new stuff that happened today, but I can't find it all of a sudden. Today is going fantastic, isn't it? Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. What the hell is this? Hang on, what? I'm just looking at a thing. Oh, I don't know what that is. Hmm. Oh boy. Shit. I do not know. You ever had one of those days where it's like everything's kind of blah? You know what I mean? And like it just everything looks good, you're good to go, and then just nothing feels good. Nothing feels good. You're just zonked. I hear you, dude. I completely get it. Like 100%, I get it. I am. That's probably the best way to describe it. I'm just zonked. I am. I don't know why. I just, like. Well, I kind of know why, but still. It's just been one of those weeks. It really has been. Let me see. I'm just looking to see if there is anything that, like, I really want to sink my teeth into. Because it's kind of one of those, like, nothing sounds good days. If that makes any sense. Let me see. So you're zonked. I'm looking kind of everywhere right now. I'm not seeing much on Steam that I'd be interested in. What do you think, Bloop? Anything you are interested in taking a look at? Oh. Oh, my back cracked and it felt amazing. Am I in the mood for Hell Let Loose? I don't really think so. I don't really think so. Let me see. What else? What do we have? It's funny, I'm actually kind of half tempted to like put in something like Battlefield 5 or Battlefield 2042 and just take a look and see what it's like, but I know I'd hate myself for it. I absolutely know I would hate myself for doing that. Hey, Bleached, how you doing? How are the things? How you been? Been a bit busy? No worries. Just glad to see you. Your friends got into Star Wars Battlefront 2. I know a lot of people got into Battlefront 2. It looked okay, if I'm being honest, but I don't know how many people are actually still playing it. They think it's okay, fair. Been falling asleep before Twitch watching. No, I get it. It's been one of those days, like, honestly, I want to say it's been like a couple of weeks for most of us where we're just tired. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel like that's what's been going on. We just kind of feel tired, and I don't know whether it's like the weather that's been changing rapidly or everything else that's been going on or a combination of everything. Like, I have no idea, but it's definitely been one of those, you know, a couple of weeks. I got disappointed by the new Hobbit game. All the reviews had been bad, and even if I go up a star, it's still sad. Wow. I've had times where I turn on the PC, look at a login screen for like 4 minutes and turn my PC off again. Yeah. Mine is working on a warehouse with no AC for Goodwill. Oh, no. Yeah, that's not fun. That is definitely no bueno. That's for sure. Ooh, wait a minute. Hang on. Does Nexpo have anything out? Probably doesn't. Yeah, last time he put anything out was a month ago. I usually add like 1 star or 10% to game reviews on Cozy Games because they are gotta like that type. Oh well, sale game, I guess. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I kind of I don't know what they're saying about the game itself, but I think one of the biggest problems that it was going to face regardless was it is not Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. I kind of feel like that's like one of the big ones. It just, yeah, it doesn't have that going for it. One issue is that it plays bad on Steam. Yeah, see, that doesn't help. That definitely does not help whatsoever. I'm also sad because Cozy Hobbit game, yes, please, perfect for a cozy game. I mean, it should be, but that doesn't mean it is. That's, yeah. It was a crunch here at Weta Workshop, and now 100 jobs are on the line. Ouch. All right, well, let's see what Legendary Drops has to say. He put this out 1 day ago. I haven't seen it yet, but usually at least we can get a conversation going when it comes to his stuff. So let's take a look and see what Legendary Drops has to say.
Ever learn from their mistakes, and how does their leadership keep their jobs? We keep having these candlelit vigils for all of the developers that have lost their jobs during layoffs, but we need to be pointing our fingers at these brainless CEOs that keep sticking a fork into a light socket and wondering why it shocks them. WB Games following a massive shakeup at that company, studio closures, layoffs, and more. all stemming from the high-profile failure that was Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, is now saying, you know what? Let's throw our hat into the ring another time, and they're making another live service game, and it's DC related. We have publishers with a treasure trove of incredible IP, yet for whatever reason, they just keep making the same games over and over and over, and then pretending.
Okay, I can understand why he's mad. First off, I can totally understand why he's mad. But I believe he said this himself more than a few times in all the different videos that he's made about this topic. The reason why they're doing live service games, Warner Brothers in particular, is because A, Warner Brothers doesn't know what the hell they're doing anymore. And B, and more importantly, they have it stuck in their head that live service games, because in the past they've worked for other companies and they've worked very, very well, that the transitive property will carry over to them, and something like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League or another live service game that also just so happens to be attached to an incredibly loyal fan base and incredibly popular IP franchise is going to work for them. And it has the potential to do so, but you have to give us a game that's worth playing through that live service with. And that's where the disconnect is. The dissonance is that they think that the people who made Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League did a fantastic job at making a great game, when the reality is that nobody really wants it. There are definitely some who are out there who are willing to try, but they don't have it, right? It's not a fun game. We've seen people play it. We know what happens to the different characters. It's just stuck in their head that, oh, okay, well, this one didn't work. But that doesn't mean it's because the story is bad. That doesn't mean it's because the game itself sucks. So maybe it could just be bad timing. So we'll try it again. That's where Warner Brothers is coming from. That's, in all honesty, that's where Warner Brothers is coming from. Yeah, they just ignored all the people who hated that game and the actual complaints that are about the actual game. Yeah, but again, this is not the first time Warner Brothers has had trouble. They've been having trouble for quite a while. It's been 10 years since the last Arkham game, right? It's been a while since they've been able to steer their ship out of the storm, and it very well could be that they're contracted through this company, the people who made Suicide Squad. I don't know. It could very well be that they're contracted for God knows how much, because maybe they invested X amount into the company. I couldn't really tell you, but I do know that that's what Warner Brothers is thinking. It's typically live service games are very profitable. Excuse me. Typically, they're very profitable. They're probably making every excuse in the world as to why Suicide Squad didn't go well, but none of it is, oh, it's a crap game, so it all leads them to go, oh, well, we'll just try again. Almost about how she hates many things about those Arkham games, even though I know it's blasphemy to most. No, it's not even that. I mean, you can like or dislike the Arkham games, but one thing that you can't deny about the Arkham games is the quality that was there and the types of games that they were. So they're single-player story games, right? Cool. Now, they may not necessarily be to your liking, but you can pop in any single one of those, and you can tell that the time and care was put into those games and so on, and objectively go, this actually is a really good game, right? You can absolutely do that. You can't do that with Suicide Squad. There's no way. Suicide Squad objectively is bad, you know?
Like nothing ever happened. There are audiences, likely people that are watching this video right now, that would much rather see something new or something fresh or, God forbid, something that we haven't seen in over a decade. But No. You get another live service game. Brother, may I have some oats? Today, we are talking why WB thinks that Suicide Squad is worth another try. There's a joke I could make there, and I'm definitely not going to be doing that. How they're maneuvering their way through $38 billion in debt, and why whatever they do isn't really going to make much of a difference. You know, I am of the mind that at the highest levels in this industry, these guys are just into getting fin-domed. They just zip up the Gimp mask and throw money into the shredder.
No.
I've been having a hard time.
I understand what he means, but again, I don't think that's it. I think what's going on is the same thing that's been going on with Warner Brothers for a very, very, very long time. And that is Warner Brothers doesn't know what is entertaining, and they don't want to listen to the people who make really entertaining and successful games, and they only care about live service. That's how they've been for quite a while now. I wish there was a better reason, but it's not that hard to see. It might be like the movies. First one's complete shit. Second one is fun and actually kind of awesome and cares about the characters. What, for Arkham? Arkham, I thought, did a really great job in the overall... I think the Arkham series did a fantastic job for that universe, right? I understand that there's a lot of people who, like, don't care. You know what I mean? Oh, the Suicide Squad games. I in all honesty, I really, really, really feel like the Suicide Squad stuff as a game could work. But we all know why it didn't. And one of the biggest reasons was because it was a live service game. The other big reason was because they kept having to backpedal. So, for instance, we all know, without ever having played the game, because I covered this a lot when it first started, when it was first coming out, they literally execute Batman. Right? Now, say what you want to say, but everybody and their mother who, developed this game came out and said, no, this is in fact an Arkhamverse game. And the Batman that you see is the Arkhamverse Batman. So he's arguably one of the most beloved versions of Batman in history. And he gets a very unceremonious death. Like, to the point where it's so bad, people just go, oh, God damn it. Like, they can't even use it for shock value because they're so bad at setting it up to begin with. So it just ends up being a wasted death. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if it was along the lines of, oh, it's Batman v Superman, and both are they're both fighting one another, and Batman's just getting his ass kicked. He's run out of tricks or whatever, right? And then, the only way somehow for, Superman to be defeated is if Batman sacrifices himself and he ends up getting caught and they execute him that way. At least then it would be a hero sacrifice, but they're not doing that. Batman is already the bad guy, right? He's already, like, one of the bad guys because the Justice League turned evil. So the death is wasted completely. And it really sucks. It really, really sucks because there's no glory. There's nothing. When people play Batman or people play Superman or Aquaman or whoever the fuck else, they want to be the hero. They don't want to watch the hero get brutally executed by putting one in through the back of his head. Literally execution style. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's much. I really don't think there's any coming back from that. Sadly.
I'm picking out which gaming publisher is becoming more of a laughingstock these days. However, seeing the direction of WB Games over the past couple of years, I think that they're making a really strong case for themselves. Whether it's putting out games that nobody wanted, high-profile failures, ignoring valuable IP that gamers actually want, or turning Mortal Kombat into Mortal Minivan Karen Apocalypse, they have done a lot of damage to their reputation. Seriously.
Wait. Mortal Minivan Karen Apocalypse. You've got Katana, you got Sindel, you got Melina. I can't remember her name, but she was in Mortal Kombat Trilogy, and I can't remember her name either. So, what? Oh, fuck. So, wait. So, why is it that we're calling it that?
Lately, I've been having a hard time.
I don't understand it. Why are we calling it the Mortal Minivan Karen Apocalypse?
Done a lot of damage to their reputation. Seriously, who thought those designs were a good idea? Oh, never mind. I guess it was actually the entire company that thinks it's a good...
This, I don't think works, but yeah. Just go, this is Evil Justice League, and they swapped with good ones, and we are trying to get the good ones back, but also get to fight them. You want to know the worst thing? There is an actual universe of Evil Justice League. I'm sure there is.
Good idea. Actually, I made a video earlier this year where I was covering the bigger picture, how WB as a whole has been bleeding value and racking up debt. They lost nearly 40% of their net worth in the last 5 years.
He is. He's totally overstating women representation. I mean, since day one, Sonya has always been there. Right? Like, Sonya's always been there. Mortal Kombat Trilogy, I think, to this date, still has the most amount of actual in-universe characters that you get to choose from, and a good portion of them are women. You have Goro's counterpart. I can't remember her name for the life of me right now. You have Sonya, Sindel, Melina, Katana, Jade. I can't remember the chick in yellow's name, but she was there too. You have quite a few. And you kind of always, like... so they're adding one more. Who gives a shit? That doesn't bother me. People like to complain about things like that in games, but go, this game that had the same thing 10 years ago was great. Yeah, and to be fair, I'm not entirely sure where he's going with it, but I will say that over the last, decade, if not longer, I haven't really given a shit about Mortal Kombat, only because it has nothing to do with women or anything like that, but it's because they're trying to turn a fighting game into Fortnite by going, oh look, here's the Predator skin. Oh look, here's the Xenomorph skin. Oh look, here's Duke Nukem. Oh look, here's Rocky. Oh look, here's the T-800. Oh look, and all this other shit that has no bearing whatsoever in Mortal Kombat, but they're doing it because they know, well, it works for Fortnite, so why not? And they've effectively turned a fighting game into a live service fighting game, which sucks. Slightly off topic, anyone else thinking the next Mortal Kombat film might be enjoyable? Oh, boy. Okay. I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do really quick, because this is going to take a second. I've seen the Mortal Kombat 2 trailer, but we'll watch it again, and now that I'm not losing my fucking mind, I'll be able to go through it, right? I think that'd be the best way to go about it.
Uno mas, thanks.
I don't mind this scene. Right out of the gate, I don't mind this scene. This scene reminds me of Logan. This scene reminds me of X-Men Origins Wolverine. When he's sitting at the bar, he got a couple of dudes, they want to start giving him shit, and this, that, and it's kind of like a melancholy thing because Logan's drinking or trying to drink his problems away and yada, yada, yada. Worked really, really well for him. I like this scene. This particular scene I don't have a problem with.
You're Johnny Cage. I loved Citizen Cage when I was a kid.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
They should do a reboot.
Nobody wants that. Shit went out in the 90s.
Johnny Cage.
Okay, this is where I start having a problem. This is where I start having a problem. Yeah, this, you never heard about? Oh, you never seen this, Blue? Fuck, okay. Before I even start analyzing it, I'll just play through it really quick for you.
You have been chosen to fight.
Tell me you're not some crazy fans. How are you doing that?
Are you coming or what?
Now, I do have to say, the music goes hard. I really do like the music.
The hell am I?
It's called Mortal Kombat. It's a fighting tournament. To the death.
Fuck that.
This is a war for the fate of your world. You dickheads in or what?
I'm not some champion. I don't have transformer arms. Or shoot lightning bolts. This shit's got nothing to do with me. I'm an actor.
I find you annoying.
Not the face.
There's a war going on outside. You could run, but you can't hide forever, ever.
It's time to become the hero you were meant to be.
All right, you big ugly fuck. It's showtime. Get over here!
Only the strong survive.
Finish him! Are you shitting me? You don't have any powers?
Just incredibly handsome.
Okay, so here's why I'm worried. We'll go back to here. Yeah, right here.
Wants that. Shit went out in the 90s.
I like the idea, by the way. I really like the idea that he's a 90s actor that's feeling pushed to the curb. He's down on his luck. Cool. I have no issue with that. I think that's fantastic. But as a lifetime Mortal Kombat fan, this is where things really start to fall apart. They have rebooted this franchise. I think this will be the 4th time. Okay? Now, it's never been a secret that every time they put out a movie, either it's going to be a direct sequel to the last one or it's going to be a reboot. That's just how it's kind of always worked. You had Mortal Kombat in 1995. You had Mortal Kombat Annihilation, I believe, in 1997 or somewhere around there, right? And then years and years and years later, after they had incredibly successful games be released, like all the PlayStation 2 games, which did gangbusters, by the way. All of them did really, really well. Then finally somebody went onto YouTube and created a mini-series for Mortal Kombat. It was an online mini-series. That was a reboot. Okay, got it. But then they also rebooted the entire franchise in, I want to say it was Mortal Kombat 10. So that's the second time it's been rebooted. And then they rebooted again, if I remember correctly, with Mortal Kombat 1. So that's the third time it's been rebooted. Then the one that came, the Mortal Kombat movie that came out a few years ago, rebooted the series again. So already, we're talking about a franchise that's been rebooted 3 previous times. Now, I like Carl Urban. I really, really do. And Hiroyuki Sanada is also fantastic in everything he does. I agree. I feel, though, or I should say my biggest fear is this is going to turn into another one of the Carl Urban action schlock movies. Like Doom. Remember that? I kind of feel like they're trying to anchor their success on his star power. Like they did with Doom for both him and The Rock. Now, he did a fantastic Dredd. The Dredd movie I thought was amazing, and it was really, really, really well done. But he's been in some movies in the past where it's not because his acting is bad. He does the best he can with what he's got. But Doom, let's face it, Doom was kind of a stinker. You had The Chronicles of Riddick, which was okay. If you're a really big sci-fi nerd, you'll like it. But generally speaking, most people aren't going to care. You also... what was another one that he did? And I'm trying to remember it. There was another one that he's done. I can't remember off the top of my head. But either way, he's had some movies that are just kind of flops, right? And it's not because, again, it's not because he's doing anything wrong as an actor. It's just because I think what they're trying... I know the other one, and I'll say it in a second. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to bank a bad movie off of his celebrity, and it doesn't work. I think that's what it is. And what I was going to say is, you want to talk about a couple of movies that didn't do well. Corgi, thank you for the raid. How you doing, buddy?
What the fuck are you doing here?
Thank you so much for the raid. That's not... okay, well, that'll... no, that's Corgi Derp. What? There, let's try that. There we go. Okay, so, yeah, we are talking Mortal Kombat, but here's the thing. You've got Doom. You've got Chronicles of Riddick. You also have Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Trek Beyond. I had to remember the name of it. Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Trek Beyond, both of which were junk. And then you now have Mortal Kombat because, let's face it, hey, about 10 years ago, he did a really, really good fucking Dredd movie. And he also is coming off of the success of The Boys. He was so good as McCoy, though. He wasn't. And again, it's got nothing to do with Carl Urban. It's got everything to do with how the character was written. Do you realize, and this is what I mean by those movies were bad, right? No. For The Rock, I was talking about Doom. You remember the Doom movie with Carl Urban and The Rock? That sucked. No, Carl Urban was not good as McCoy. And here's why. It's not because Carl Urban didn't give it his all. It's specifically because of the writing. For instance, what was the point of Kirk dying? Like in Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, right? Spock dies. And because the way things worked at that point in time when the movie was made, people didn't know if Spock was ever going to come back. They didn't even know if there was going to be a number 3. Right? So it had a lot of impact. The only thing that happens in Star Trek Into Darkness that's even worth talking about is the fact that J.J. Abrams took the script for Wrath of Khan and fit it so that it's basically opposite day as to what happens in the original movie, so that for whatever reason, the non-emotional one gets emotional when his best friend dies, but there's no point in his best friend Kirk dying because off screen, and it's just talked about, here's Bones, and apparently he injected some of Khan's blood into a Tribble, and then the Tribble came back to life, so he went, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. So long as we beam up Khan, we just take his blood out and just, you know, shove it up Kirk's ass and everything's fine. So it's not that Carl Urban was bad, it's that the character was shit. That's kind of been the issue. Same thing with Star Trek Beyond, right? Arguably, I think I liked him most in Star Trek Beyond as McCoy, but the problem is that the character had nothing to do. So he went from the guy in Star Trek 2009 who went, wife left me. I got nothing left but my bones. And you go, oh, that's how you get the, got it. Cool, right? He went from that guy to guy who discovers MacGuffin on screen and they don't tell you what it is until the last 10 minutes of the movie, to guy who just complains about everything because he's out of his element and they don't give him anything to do throughout the entire film. And that's kind of why those movies are genuinely considered crap. 2009 had some promise to it, but that quickly went away as soon as J.J. Abrams came out and started doing the shit that he was doing before, going, no, guys, it's not going to be Wrath of Khan. Don't worry about it. Khan's not going to be in the movie. No, we're not doing that. And then sure enough, everybody was like, no, motherfucker, that's exactly what you're doing. Everything that's being leaked is alluding to the fact that you're remaking Wrath of Khan. And then he was like, hey, guys, you remember how I said, like, it wasn't going to be Wrath of Khan? Well, guess what? And everybody's like, oh, fuck me. Both films had bad, but put action guy in and don't make him really act. It's not even that. It's the fact that they just don't give him anything to do, right? So Carl Urban did the best he could with what was given to him, but it wasn't all that good. As much as I hate to say it, because I really do like Carl Urban. I think he's done a lot. But that's kind of what I'm worried about is, yet again, they're going to try and bank on his celebrity to carry the movie, and I'm not entirely sure that that's going to go well. I'm really not, and you'll see why. Because again, these two guys are fucking amazing, right? One thing I think that really sucks, by the way, about this is they're changing yet again. They're changing everything, so Sonya doesn't matter whatsoever.
Johnny Cage, you have been chosen to fight.
Tell me you're not some crazy fans. How are you doing that?
Are you coming or what?
Where the hell am I?
All this looks good. Katana looks good. I don't have an issue with any of this so far. This is I really like the fact that he's like, hey, listen, I'm an actor. I'm great at martial arts, but I'm still an actor.
It's called Mortal Kombat. It's a fighting tournament. To the death.
I like this whole Shao Kahn thing. The Shao Kahn reveal is good.
Fuck that.
This obviously, I'm saying it's Liu Kang and Kung Lao. That's who it looks like. Looks like it's Liu Kang and Kung Lao. I love the backdrop. The backdrop is easy Mortal Kombat 2. Like original MK2 style, where it's like, you know, you have like one of the pavilion things in the background as a setting, but then you also have the wormhole in the far background. Makes for really, really good ambience. They nailed it. They absolutely nailed it. This looks pretty cool. Unfortunately, chances are Liu Kang's going to end up dead. We already know that because they've already killed him off in literally every iteration of Mortal Kombat so far. So, unfortunately, here's another main character who's really not going to get much screen time other than maybe a fight where he dies.
It's a war for the fate of your world.
You dickheads in or what?
Hey, look, you remember back in the day?
For the fate of your world.
You dickheads in.
He didn't die in the last film because he wasn't in it. Yeah, exactly. But hey, guys, you remember that crazy Australian dude in the first two Mortal Kombat movies? He had a thing over his eye. What was it? Oh, yeah, Kano. The guy who tried to keep fucking everybody over until it bit him in the ass because he's a bad guy and because, according to the original video game lore and according to the original movie lore, Kano's a really bad fucking guy and Sonya's always been on his ass trying to catch him the entire time. So why is Kano teaming up with these guys now? Does that mean they just turned Kano into a pussy? Is that what happened?
You know what?
I'm not some champion.
Oh, look, by the way...
This is a war for the fate of your world.
You dickheads in or what?
This is Jade. Jade has always been a throwaway character. And she's been a throwaway character since Ultimate MK3 and MK Trilogy because they needed a female ninja counterpart to Reptile, which they never had. So instead of making her exactly like Melina or exactly like Kitana or exactly like basically, I can never remember her name, but she's in yellow. Right? Instead of going that route where literally all they did was just change the skin color a little bit on the model, but everything and change the color of the uniform, they decided to go with Jade, which granted initially was the same model and same uniform, just green, and she was a little bit more tan, but they tried to turn her into her own thing, but she's always been a nothing burger. But they have to put her in now to fight Kitana, because in the last movie, if I remember correctly, Melina dies. So now here is a nothing fight with a nothing burger of a character versus a main character. Who do we think's going to win? IRC, he is dead because Sonya killed him, so no idea why he's here in this film. Yeah, and this is kind of these are the things that I noticed like immediately when I first saw this, right? Why is it that he's back? And if he is back, he should be a bucket of shit. But apparently he's not because he's teaming up with them. Why is it that here in this scene, here comes Jade, and Jade eventually, as we see in the trailer, is going to have a fight with Kitana? The reason she does this and has a fight with Kitana is because Melina isn't there anymore. Because they killed Melina in the first movie. So now they have a problem where the two most famous, like, female ninjas in the entire fucking franchise can't fight because they blew their load in the first movie. So now they have to get the nothing burger.
I'm not some champion. I don't have transformer arms.
I mean, Jax looks decent. Sure.
Or shoot lightning
Raiden looks decent.
bolts. This shit's got nothing to do with me. I'm an actor.
I find you
Baraka looks good. I like Baraka.
annoying.
Not the face.
There's a war going on outside.
See, here's the Kitana and Jade fight. It's a nothing fight. We already know Kitana's a good guy, and Kitana's one of the main people, so she's one of the main characters. That means she's not going to die, which means that the nothing burger of an enemy will. We know this before we even see the fight. There's Sindel. Okay. She's fighting Sonya. This looks cool.
It's time.
I'm assuming...
It's time.
I'm going to be honest, I kind of feel like this is supposed to be Shang Tsung. I kind of feel like that's who it's supposed to be, because we all know after the first Mortal Kombat, right? When Shao Kahn came in, Shang Tsung was no longer like the guy. It was always Shao Kahn after that, and that's fine. I have no problem with it. I'd like to see what direction they're taking him if it is Shang Tsung, but I have no idea. Hanzo Hasashi, actually. What do you mean?
To become the hero you were meant
Oh, Scorpion, gotcha.
to be. Alright, you big ugly fuck.
See, okay, let me put it this way. If that's what they're doing with Scorpion, then they kind of fucked up. Like, even more than I thought. And here's why. Again, this is a reboot, and I understand it. It's part of a reboot. I get it. Scorpion has always been one of those people where he's always been, if I remember correctly, in the original instruction manual, they actually called him a Spectre. Right? And he was out to get revenge against the Lin Kuei, aka the original Sub-Zero, right? And that's all well and fine, because the Lin Kuei were not always good. They ended up killing him and his family, and he wanted revenge, and basically he made a deal in Underworld where he would come back and he would basically, you know, he'd remain an agent of chaos and a demon until he was finally able to kill Sub-Zero. Right? Cool. But that's the reason why you never see him in anything else unless he decides he's going to change his getup is. That's why he's always in the costume, because he's a Spectre. He's an evil spirit. He's not a guy that can just go, oh, fuck, that was a great fight, and then just peel off his fucking uniform and go, okay, I'm going to go hit the showers. No, he was doing it specifically to mock the Lin Kuei. And every time Scorpion has changed his uniform, it's typically because Sub-Zero and others of the Lin Kuei have also changed their uniforms, and he's doing it to mock them. So why do we have a human Scorpion now? Because that just kind of doesn't... I don't... What are we doing?
It's showtime.
And by the way, this uniform or this costume was only used in, I think, like 2 games, and they were both PS2 games, and it looks badass. It really, really does. But if we're supposed to believe that he is in some way, shape, or form human, then A, what is he doing in Underworld? And B, and more importantly, why are we taking arguably 2 of the biggest characters throughout the entire game franchise, which would be Scorpion and Noob Saibot, and pitting them against one another in Underworld when we haven't been introduced to Noob Saibot at all whatsoever in the trailer as of yet? We will in a second here. Because that would mean that they're changing everything again, because Sub-Zero really gets injured after fighting Scorpion and then ends up becoming Noob Saibot, and then his brother, which was the original unmasked Sub-Zero in Mortal Kombat 3, comes in, and he's there for like 2-3 games as unmasked, and then he wears his brother's uniform again in honor of him, even though he is more powerful. So the Sub-Zero that we end up seeing in this movie, assuming we see one, if they want to keep things the way that they should be, is actually going to be Sub-Zero 2, And Noob Saibot is just going to die unceremoniously, and they're using it as a nothing fight because they don't have anything else.
Get over here!
And I mean, this is all Noob Saibot. And now he's dead.
Only the strong survive.
Finish him!
Are you shitting me? You don't have any powers?
Just incredibly handsome.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I think he is dead, but looks human at times. He was in the last film. I just watched the film My Brother last month. I mean, again, that's kind of the issue, is like they keep taking the lore and they keep taking everything, and then they just like rehash it constantly. You know what I mean? Not saying you're wrong, but it looks better than the last film. Oh, it leaps and bounds looks better than the last film. Absolutely. I just have my concerns because this is during the fourth iteration of a reboot. You know what I mean? Like, and I think a lot of it is going to be banking on Carl Urban's celebrity, like they did with Doom, like they did with Star Trek Into Darkness and Star Trek Beyond, like they did with Chronicles of Riddick. And none of those movies were really the best movies ever. I liked a few of them, sure, but it doesn't mean they necessarily did all that good. And then he comes out with a Dredd movie that just blows the doors off of everybody, and then he finds even more success with The Boys. So right now he is a hot ticket, sure, but I think that's why they cast him, unfortunately. Sober, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Okay, so that's Mortal Kombat, right? And the reason we got into it was because of Legendary Drops. So let's see what Legendary Drops has to say.
Buried under nearly $40 billion in liabilities thanks to a tangled mess of mergers and acquisitions. And recently, they pulled the old Ubisoft maneuver by splitting the company in half and shuffling their debt around like it's a magic trick. Now, the TV side, Discovery, CNN, and the streaming side is going to get the bulk of it, while the movie and game division is going to walk away a little bit lighter. But let's not kid ourselves. This is not a fix. This is just them kicking the can down the road. And the way that WB Games has been handling itself lately, well,
no, it is kind of a fix, and that's why they're doing it that way, right? So, for instance, they tried to do this, or at least it seems this way. What they were doing is they were splitting up the company so that the debt could be split, and then the one that's constantly raking in money is going to pay off the debt. That's what they're doing. So now if they look and you go, oh, okay, well, WB is no longer the umbrella. Now you have WB Games. Well, WB Games doesn't have really any debt to speak of. Now, Warner Brothers Television, completely different story, but CNN's incredibly popular, right? And so are a lot of the other channels that Warner Brothers Television owns. So they can just keep constantly making money hand over fist, and eventually, yeah, the debt will be paid off. It's a really shitty and sneaky way of doing it, but it's not the first time a company's done that either.
You know, setting a lot of money on fire. I doubt that can is going very far. Now, to be fair, last year things were looking promising. Mortal Kombat 1 did sell well enough, and Hogwarts Legacy was a monster hit, one of the only games of the past decade to outsell Call of Duty. Over 30 million copies sold in 2024. It had people hopeful for the studios, for the IP, for WB's future, but that hope didn't last. Because instead of building on that momentum, they did what every modern publisher does best. They got greedy. WB followed up Hogwarts Legacy with Harry Potter Quidditch Champions, a standalone multiplayer.
Okay, but to be fair to Warner Brothers, I don't think Warner Brothers understood the potential for and the actual shitstorm that they were in when Hogwarts came out because of what J.K. Rowling said. Right? J.K. Rowling's a piece of shit. We all know this. But I think the thing that really got Hogwarts Legacy to go as far as it did was actually being able to tell people, hey, listen, J.K. Rowling is a piece of shit. Yes. But there are people that are working on this game that also understand where you're coming from and are doing it anyway, because this is one of those things that gave them hope when they were kids. And these are also the same fucking people that J.K. Rowling wishes were dead. So if you want to really play this game to spite J.K. Rowling, because she's getting paid either way, and celebrate what you love about Harry Potter and Hogwarts and everything else, versus, well, I'm not going to play this game because J.K. Rowling had a say. Of course she had a say in it. She owns the IP. They have to talk to her in some way, shape, or form. They can't just make a Harry Potter game and then ask after the fact. You know what I mean? So, like, I can understand why the game still did really, really well, and I can also understand why a lot of people, myself included, didn't touch it, because I just didn't want to deal with the bullshit, especially after people started targeting streamers and shit like that. It doesn't make any sense. But I can see why the game did really well, and I've seen people play the game, and the game is really decent from what I've seen. So it had a lot going for it, but it also had a lot going against it too, and I really don't think Warner Brothers wants to deal with that anymore. They can easily sit there and go, hey, yeah, JK, yeah, it's Warner Brothers again. Hey, say, could we make a standalone Quidditch game? And she goes, yeah, fuck it, whatever. Cool, thanks, we'll wire you the money. Click, and then they just make the game. Because that's a hell of a lot easier than having to deal with an insanely pissed off mob of people who, yet again, are going to shit all over a beloved franchise because, unfortunately, the person who gave us the message is a really shitty person.
Game that never found an audience. It peaked at around 6,500 concurrent players on Steam and quietly disappeared from the conversation. And looking at it now, it's obvious that they didn't put Quidditch into Hogwarts Legacy specifically because they were planning to sell it to us later. And then came the crown jewel of their bad decision. Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, a $200 billion disaster posing as a live service game. From the moment that game dropped, it was a certified meme. Bland character designs, every hero wielding a gun because, surprise, it's a looter shooter. The UI was a cluttered mess, neon vomit all over the screen, and nearly every progression system was monetized to hell. It peaked at just over 13,000 players on Steam before it collapsed. WB cut support, laid off staff, and now, less than a year later, that game's essentially abandonware. And speaking of abandonware, right around the exact same time that Suicide Squad was imploding, WB also announced that they were shutting down Multiverses, which still blows my mind because this is a live service fighting game that actually had an audience. It went through early access, multiple betas, and then they just kind of let it rot. The dev team missed content deadlines, failed to deliver new characters, and the player base just lost interest. This isn't rocket science. Drop a new fighter every couple of months, throw in some fresh cosmetics, and rotate the maps. It's not like they needed to reinvent the genre. They just needed to keep the machine running, but they couldn't.
Which is actually really sad, because from what I understand, too, Multiverses, a lot of people just really enjoyed the hell out of it.
That's what makes this also funny to me, because for all of the desperation to build a live service hit, they actually had one, but they couldn't support it because they didn't have the talent, the structure, or the experience to maintain a live service game. They wanted that live service money, but they weren't equipped to earn it.
Well, okay, but also, to be fair to WB, I think Multiverses is also the first time they've ever tried anything like that specifically. So I understand what he's saying when he says, oh, well, you know, add a new character every couple of months. But I mean, let's face it. Let me look this up really, really quick. Let's do this. How many franchises are owned by WB? Okay, key examples include the DC Comics, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry. Additionally, they own franchises like Mortal Kombat, Willy Wonka, various properties from Hanna-Barbera, or Barbera, such as Scooby-Doo. They also have franchises based on Middle-earth, like Lord of the Rings, and a large number of TV series from Discovery and HBO. Okay. Fair. So, what do we have? Ace Ventura, Arthur, Batman films, Beetlejuice, Blade Runner, Clash of the Titans, Casablanca, Clockwork Orange, Dark Knight Trilogy, Deep Blue Sea, Dirty Harry, Duck Dodgers, Nancy Drew, Dune, Evil Dead, Exorcist, Final Destination, Frankenstein, Free Willy, Friday the 13th, Godzilla, The Goonies, Gremlins, Harry Potter, The Hobbit, Sherlock Holmes, Joker, King Kong. They got Lego. They got Lethal Weapon, Looney Tunes, Lord of the Rings, Lost Boys, Mad Max, Matrix, more Mortal Kombat films, National Lampoon's Vacation, Neverending Story, Nightmare on Elm Street, the Ocean series, Pee-wee, the Pee-wee Herman stuff, Polar Express, Police Academy, Popeye, Powerpuff Girls, Richie Rich, Rocky, Scooby-Doo, Sesame Street, Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, The Shining, Space Jam, Speed Racer, the Superman films, TMNT, Twilight Zone, Watchmen, Witches of Eastwick, Wizard of Oz. Okay, fair. So they have all these things. Now, let me ask you, in a game like Multiverses, what out of any of these characters would be good to put in there? Because me personally, I somehow feel like adding Riggs and Murtaugh into Multiverses isn't going to help. Because A, it's not geared toward people who know who Riggs and Murtaugh are. And B, and more importantly, because it's not geared that way, nobody is going to have any fucking clue who those two are. Clockwork Orange. Sure, Clockwork Orange could work, absolutely. How many people nowadays have ever seen Malcolm McDowell in Clockwork Orange? For the audience that they're trying to get, how many people do you think actually know that movie? Probably none. But they know Scooby-Doo, they know the Lego stuff, they know Space Jam, maybe some people know Speed Racer if they're that old, right? And by that old, I mean with, maybe they're like 5 or 10 years older, right? Maybe they'll understand Speed Racer. TMNT has had nothing but bombs every time they've put out a film, like a live action film, so nobody cares there. You really think they're going to just be like, oh yeah, no, Multiverses, let's just do Dirty Harry? When's the last time anybody made a Dirty Harry reference in a video game? Most people don't even realize that there was a time when Clint Eastwood wasn't old as fuck. Let alone the fact that he played an iconic character. When's the last time Ace Ventura got any love? And then people would just piss and moan that it's not Jim Carrey anyway. You see what I mean? It's like they have a lot of IPs, but they don't have a hell of a lot that they can put in there and it to make sense. So I see where he's coming from, but easier said than done.
But that doesn't mean that they aren't going to keep trying, because what's the old adage? When you fall, just dust yourself off and throw another $300 million onto the fire. In an article written by Lincoln Carpenter of PC Gamer titled, "After losing $200 million on Suicide Squad, WB has another live service game in the works based off of iconic IPs from the vast Warner Brothers and DC Comics catalog. It's happening again." They write, "If the last decade has taught us anything, it's that live service game development is this industry's equivalent to high-stakes gambling, where publishers ante up millions of dollars in hopes that their game will hit the jackpot of becoming a lifestyle like Fortnite or Roblox. But as we've seen from countless failed launches, almost nobody hits the jackpot, when even Destiny 2 is having a hard time maintaining its place as a forever game fixture. The bet seems like a bad one."
It does seem like a bad one, absolutely. But that's unfortunately what WB is used to, right? So I think this is something that a lot of people forget. WB hasn't been doing TV for as long as they've been making movies. So if their whole thing is high risk, high reward, which is exactly what a movie is, they don't see it any differently than dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into a video game, having it get developed, and then coming out and praying to, dear sweet baby Jesus in his little baby manger, that it fucking sells like hotcakes. And that's also what literally every game developer does. Now, I agree, yes, this is a bad bet, but again, this is Warner Brothers, and they don't have any idea what they're doing, and haven't for a decade now when it comes to gaming.
Warner Brothers, however, apparently hasn't met a gambler's fantasy it didn't like, despite losing a combined $300 million with Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League and Multiverses. A new job posting indicates that WB Games is once again chasing the live service dream. The listing is for an executive producer position at Gotham Knights developer and Suicide Squad support studio WB Games Montreal. In the job description, Warner Brothers says the executive producer will lead the development of a high-quality AAA game based on one of the iconic IPs from the vast Warner Brothers and DC Comics catalog. The listing doesn't tell us what IP the unannounced game will be based on. Given WB Montreal's over, I wouldn't blame you for speculating that it might be something in the larger Batmanosphere, but based on the following job responsibilities specified in the listing, we get a clear picture of what kind of game Warner Brothers has in mind. Oversee all phases of development from the concept to post-launch live operations. Oversee post-launch content and live service strategy, ensuring ongoing player engagement. Additionally, the posting lists deep understanding of full game development lifecycle, including live services, under its preferred qualifications.
Okay, I understand where he's going with this. I don't think this is enough. Maybe it's just me, but I don't think it's enough personally to sit there and go, oh, they're doing another live service game just off of this stuff. Because if you look at it, it says oversee all phases of development from concept to post-launch live operations. Fair. If it's going to be online, there is absolutely going to be post-launch live operations. We know this. Oversee post-launch content and live service strategy, ensuring ongoing player engagement. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be like as bad as Suicide Squad. It just doesn't. Are there going to be live service elements? Yeah, sure. Chances are there will be. We know this, right? But I don't know if this is enough to just outright condemn them currently. And so I hope there's more.
I just don't get it. You guys have had 3 live service games crash and burn in the last 3 years. You've likely torched $500 million at this point, and somehow your best response is just to keep feeding the machine. What are you guys doing?
They're doing exactly what they've been taught to do by whoever it is that's higher up, right? Do it the way you would do a movie. Find out what kind of movies work, make a movie that works, and sell us the pitch, because we need to make a shit ton of money, especially if we're going to be putting up the money for it. And then once you make it, we put it out there and we pray. That's, I mean, literally that's the formula right there, right? Live service games are still incredibly popular. Fortnite and Roblox are insanely popular. There's no sign of either of those going anywhere anytime soon. So if statistically live service games are still way at the fucking tippy top because of games like Roblox and Fortnite, on paper, it sounds like a really good idea. Not saying it is, but it sounds like one.
I actually agree with the PC Gamer article here. They're saying that this is high-stakes gambling. That's exactly what it is. WB isn't investing, they're betting. And even with Hogwarts Legacy pulling in insane numbers, none of that is going to make a dent because they just keep reinvesting that same money back into the casino. 30 million copies sold, and the company is still barely treading water. And instead of stepping back and recalibrating, maybe thinking about the games that you're making or the quality of those games, they just keep borrowing, pushing harder, and winding up broke again. Look, I get the temptation. Everybody is seeing the kind of money that these live service, gacha, and mobile games are pulling in. It's real, it's massive, and it's very alluring, especially to your shareholders. But the part that these executives don't seem to realize or internalize is that the games that are succeeding right now, or the ones that are doing well, usually have 2 things working for them. Either they are strong mechanically, or they have some type of long-term cultural presence that just keeps people coming back. You can dunk on Genshin and Fortnite all day, but the reality is,
that's true.
They're well-made games. They're consistently supported. They've built systems that people engage with and talk about.
Well, okay, but there's also one thing I think that he got wrong in that explanation. It's not necessarily that the executives don't understand. It's that they don't care. They have more money than God. So if they want to take their money and they want to invest into something that is going to make them money, and especially if somebody's coming to them and going, "Hey, we need your money to be invested in us so that we can do this," they don't actually really give a shit as to why a thing works. They just see thing and go, "This works. We don't give a fuck what you have to do. Make it work. You're using our money. That's what we do. We give you money, but you do what we want you to do."
WB doesn't have any of that. And beyond that, these games carry weight. Genshin, Fortnite, Roblox, they have mind share, and that's not something that you're just able to create out of thin air. They've become cultural landmarks, especially for younger audiences. And I mean, everybody saw all the memes that were posted because of Darth Vader inside of Fortnite. I don't know what it is about that game, but these guys just continue to catch lightning in a bottle over and over again. It's like they print memes over there, but I just don't see a DC branded live service game having that kind of pull. It doesn't mean that DC is bad or irrelevant, but in the context of live service, I just don't see it having the draw that they think it has. It works.
No, that's not. I don't think that's entirely accurate. I think if done correctly, yes, you could have a live service game with the DC franchise that would do really, really well. Problem is, you don't have the right people to make that kind of game, so you end up getting what Suicide Squad and Gotham Knights were, which is sad. If you had the right people, you could pull it off, but you don't. Now, it works really, really well for stuff like Arkhamverse, sure, and as he just said, it works really, really well for single-player stuff. I completely agree, but there's a massive difference between live service and online multiplayer versus a story-based single-player game. Massive difference. Especially in terms of mechanics and gameplay and how things progress and everything else. And they're basically just trying to take a formula that works really well in one genre of video game and morph it into something else. And they're finding out the hard way that it doesn't work that way.
It works for narrative, but trying to force that IP into a lifestyle game, I just don't see it happening. And I'm not saying that Marvel is better. That's not the kind of argument I'm trying to have right now. But it is a data reality that Marvel has broader cultural recognition right now. Whether it's the accessibility of the characters, the consistent output from Disney, or just the sheer volume of content that these guys put out, they're just more present. And right now, presence within live service really matters. That's the reason.
I mean, it's all of that, right? And that's kind of the problem. Disney's shit out God knows how many Marvel movies within the last 15, 20 years. Every time there's a new like Marvel-verse video game or whatever, it usually does pretty fucking good. There's just tons of content that they're spewing out left and right, and you can't escape it. Meanwhile, DC's got Aquaman, which did pretty decent. Aquaman 2, which did pretty decent. Batman v Superman, which was awful. Both versions of the Justice League, which were both awful. You got a person playing the Flash, who is some weird cult person now. And you had an actor play Batman who probably shouldn't have played Batman. And then you have Wonder Woman, and the original one was great. I didn't have a problem with the original. And then we got Wonder Woman 1984, and everything just took a massive dump. And ever since then, the only other two things that we've had is the Batman, which everybody's saying isn't terrible, but it's not even close to the best. And then you have the new Superman movie, which just came out. So they've got a massively mixed bag, whereas whether I agree with it or not, almost every fucking Marvel movie that's ever been made in the last 20 years has, like, just made money hand over fist. Even the shit that I think is really stupid has made a crap ton of money.
Why something like Marvel Rivals does really well. These games live and die by mindshare, and trying to turn DC characters into live service anchors, it just doesn't expand the audience. I think it shrinks it. Anytime you make a game with an established IP that's outside of gaming, it's like a funnel. You're sifting players through a filter. Do they play games? Do they like the genre? Do they like live service? Do they care about our IP? Do they like our take on that IP? At every single step, you're going to lose people. And when your characters aren't household names, that drop-off becomes lethal, because that was the part that really hurt Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. Sure, the game was absolutely garbage, but beyond that, most of the people had no clue who the playable characters were.
Okay, again, if I understand where, oh boy. Okay, I understand where he's coming from on this. However, the problem is not necessarily that they don't know who the people are that are playable. The problem is that the formula doesn't work. 10 years ago, everybody loved Arkham Knight. And understandably, Arkham Knight is one of those games that literally is easily one of the best games that has ever been out, especially considering it's a superhero game, right? Fantastic, fantastic game. Most people really, really loved the Arkhamverse series, and we can all understand why. That's fine. Whether you agree with it or not is a completely different thing, but at least we can all understand why people really, really loved it and still to this day really vibe with it, right? But it was because of how it was handled. Now, yes, he is also saying, well, you know, I mean, it goes through, you know, the more and more filters you put people through, the less and less people you're going to reach. Agreed. But we also have to remember that people should be making video games that they want to make and they want to play, and they shouldn't be trying to make a video game that's going to cater to everyone. If you cater to everyone, you end up catering to no one. And I think that's something that a lot of games, especially all the ones that got shit canned right out of the gate, like Forspoken, which was a disaster, right? That tried to appeal to everybody all at the same time, and it just didn't go. It just did not go over well, right? So, yes, there are filters. There's nothing wrong with a filter, though, because so long as you're trying to make a game that you want to see, but other people also want to see it, then you're golden. But if you go in making a game under the premise of, well, I want the entire world to play this, you're already fucking yourself. Mother made 2 cakes. I am now a happy fat roll. Hell yes.
Playable characters, obviously not the heroes themselves. People know who the Flash and Batman and Superman and all those guys are, but outside of Harley Quinn, you really don't know the rest of those guys, or at least not a lot of other people do, and that's a problem when you need 300,000 active concurrent players across all platforms to be able to break even. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's not just hard, it's delusional to act like this is a safe bet, especially...
Oh, and by the way, that was the other thing. Those are the other 2 movies that DC currently has under its belt right now. Suicide Squad 1 and 2. Suicide Squad 1, it was okay. Suicide Squad 2 was really, really good, but unfortunately, both of those movies have literally the worst fucking Joker of all time in them. Somebody who's literally, at that point, just coming fresh off of the absolute disaster that was Morbius.
When the other option that you have, one that is already proven to work for you with Batman Arkham series and the Hogwarts Legacy game, is just to make a high-quality single-player title. Something in short supply that people obviously want right now, but I mean, hey, who wants to sell 20 to 30 million copies when you can make $1 billion annually off of microtransactions? If you guys want a mind's eye view into what these executives are thinking, I'll give you a demo real quick. Seeing that WB Montreal is the one that's making it, and also seeing that Marvel Rivals just popped off recently, I'd bet a fair share of money that it probably went something like this. An executive saw that, went into a boardroom office and said,
"Gonna food coma alert now? No worries, Bleached. Hey, Aylin, how you doing?
I have an idea. We'll make a hero shooter, because if it worked for Marvel, it will work for us." And then the crowd went wild. The dumbest answer almost always ends up being the right one when it comes to these guys. They are so detached. This is just how simple-minded they are. Nepotism will do that to you. I swear, I just heard all for one when I said that. I swear that if in a year from now we see a teaser trailer for a hero shooter based in the DC universe that looks like Marvel Rivals, I'm going to start making videos calling for the jobs of these CEOs. Probably should already be doing that to begin with, but this is just getting out of hand at this point. We already see where the money and the players are falling right now. We have a decade of successes that you can look at, and these guys are just ignoring it. Everybody is leaning towards well-made, fairly priced, single-player games.
I'm vibing. How are we all doing tonight? I'm okay. I'm just okay. You ever had like one of those days where it's like, originally I was going to play Dune tonight, right? And then just before I started stream, I went, I don't really know if I want to play Dune tonight. I don't know what I really want to do, like at all. Right? I want to hang out with you guys. I want to shoot the shit. I want to look at different things and so, but I don't know what I want to do. And it was one of those. So we started off a bit slow. I mean, other than that, I'm fine, but it just one of those days.
That's what people are looking for right now. Those games always can print money as long as you actually deliver on what people are looking for. Games that are letting developers cook rather than these paint by the numbers, trend chasing, investor breadwinner games that you guys keep trying to make. You are ignoring your customers. You are ignoring the audience. You do not deserve your job.
No. Hang on. It's not that they're ignoring their customers. They're not ignoring their customers whatsoever. Instead, what they're doing is they're trying to cultivate new customers from the Roblox and the Fortnite genre. That's what they want. They want people to go in and go, oh, hey, look, here's my favorite DC superhero. Insert obscure superhero here, right? For $5, holy shit, I can now play as this superhero. That's what they want. They want the same kind of thing that Fortnite has. Oh shit, I can play as Darth Vader. Oh shit, I can play as Luke Skywalker. Oh shit, I can be Princess Leia. Oh shit, I can be Kratos. Oh shit, I can be Master Chief. Oh shit, I can be, Ariana Grande. Oh shit, I can, insert big name. Like, they're trying to get that. That's what they're trying to do. It's not working, because they're trying to take a formula for a single player game and turn it into a live service thing, and that's not how it works. Fortnite, for all intents and purposes, as much as I can't stand it, Fortnite has always been a multiplayer live service game. It always has. That's how it started out in life. They've had a bunch of different iterations for Fortnite. They're constantly reinventing themselves, but at the heart of everything, they have always been a multiplayer live service experience. Always. And that's why it works, because everything was geared to do that. Unfortunately, Suicide Squad is not that. Suicide Squad is a single-player game that, for whatever reason, had to be churned up into a live service game, and it just doesn't work.
You published one of the highest selling, one of the fastest selling games in the last decade. You looked at that success and said, nah, we're not going to do that.
No. I think he's really, really, really oversimplifying. And I understand what he says, or what he means when he says, yeah, the dumbest answer is usually what it is. I agree with that to an extent. But you cannot deny that there are also extenuating circumstances surrounding the Harry Potter universe, like J.K. Rowling being a giant piece of shit, right? The context as to why Hogwarts Legacy did even remotely well as it did was because they were able to rally around the fact that there were people that J.K. Rowling hates, by the way, and wishes were dead or locked up or thrown away in an asylum, right? Or deported or whatever. Those same people that she hates were the people who were working on Hogwarts Legacy. There were definitely a few of them that worked on Hogwarts Legacy, and they knew the impact that they were having on the franchise. J.K. Rowling already got paid, so she couldn't be bothered to give a fuck, right? So once they didn't need to deal with her ass anymore because she got paid, and she probably got paid a lot, they were able to take it and go, you know what? Let's make this for us. She may be a terrible person, but let's make it the Hogwarts that we know and love in spite of her. And that resonated with a lot of fucking people. So yes, it was successful, but it was successful because of the context of what was going on at the time. I think if you tried to do that right now, you wouldn't get the same kind of response, not even remotely close. And Hogwarts wouldn't have done half as well as it did. Still a good game, but because of the context and the environment in which it was being made in, it's a drastic difference. So honestly, I kind of feel like Warner Brothers took a look at everything and said, we don't want to deal with that shit again. That was it. Listen, we won, thank God, but why would we want to put ourselves through that shit again? And to be honest, I could see why. I can see why they said, no, don't worry about it.
Ed, we're going to go and make a live service game. Your customers rewarded you for making a good decision, for making a well-made and fun game that they enjoyed. And you took that money, you wiped your ass with it, and you invested it back into live service, into a market that is oversaturated and that nobody wants right now.
But they don't know it's oversaturated. That's the problem. This is what I've been saying since the very beginning of this video. They don't know that it's oversaturated. They're trying to do everything that they can to take something that worked a decade ago and turn it into a live service game. They don't understand that that's not how live service games work. They don't understand that the market for live service games is completely oversaturated because all they see are Roblox and Fortnite are still like top billing when you look at overall revenue and overall sales and concurrent player views and like all this other shit. Those two are always at the top. And both of those are live service games and arguably the best examples of live service games. So they go, well, it's working for them. And to that extent, they're right. It is working for them. But now they want a piece of that too.
What are you doing, man? What are you doing with yourself? What's even more frustrating, and this is something that I think is a bigger issue, just kind of industry-wide, but they have so many other games that they could be making. One of the things that really struck me was that they came out and said that they are focused on making Game of Thrones, DC games, Harry Potter, and Mortal Kombat. I think that was the only ones that they said. Outside of that, they're not going to be making anything else. So just those 4 IPs that they're focused on.
Of course not. Why would they even try? There's literally no other fantasy thing that they have access to that is going to do as good as a really good Game of Thrones game. There's no other fighting game that they have access to that is going to do half as well as Mortal Kombat. There's no other fantasy genre game that they have that comes even remotely close to the publicity and the celebrity that Harry Potter has that's going to do even a fraction of what that stuff does. And now there's DC Comics. And DC Comics, unfortunately, is also going through a really rough patch right now. Things are looking up, apparently, with the new Superman movie. But even DC doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. So, I mean, like, I hate to be the guy who has to sit here and be devil's advocate, but I think that's also something that also has to be taken into account. Not to mention, shit takes time, right? So if the question is, well, where's the Game of Thrones game? Well, they just put out a mobile Game of Thrones game, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it's WB, but if they own the rights to the franchise, then they got to be involved in there somewhere, right? So there's a mobile game that's out there right now, but that means it's all live service as well. I don't know how well it's doing, but insert another fantasy series into where that Game of Thrones mobile game is, I guarantee it wouldn't do half as well. Right? People want Game of Thrones. People want Harry Potter. People want Mortal Kombat. People want superheroes. There's nothing wrong with any of that. They just got to figure out, unfortunately, it's going to be a balance between what's going to make them the most amount of money and also be something that everybody enjoys simultaneously. But that second part is kind of like an after effect, right? So long as they get the initial sales and everything like that, typically they don't give a shit after that. So really all they're really thinking is, how do we get the most amount of people in to buy our game initially and then keep benefiting from that years later. Core, how you doing, buddy?
All those IPs do have some strength behind them. I definitely think you can make some pretty good games. You have so many other games that you could be making, but you just don't. One of the weirdest trends it's taken over the last decade is just how tunnel vision these publishers have become. Year after year, they are narrowing their focus down of their entire catalog to like 3 or 4 franchises, and they're just running it into the ground while everything else is just rotting in a vault somewhere. And I know that people are going to be like, oh, you're just nostalgic, and that's all it is. But no, this genuinely makes sense because these companies are leaving valuable IP on the table when they could be expanding their portfolios, refreshing their offerings, and avoiding the burnout that comes with serving the same reheated slop year over year over year.
And okay, I also understand what he's saying here, and to an extent I do agree with him. However, one thing that you need to put into context, and I think this is something that a lot of people don't realize, is, and I've asked this, I know of you guys more than once. We currently know that WB is shit when it comes to games, right? They did Gotham Knights, which sucked. They did Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, which was awful. It looks like they're planning on doing another live service game in the DC universe. If it's as bad as everybody thinks it's going to be just as awful, if not more awful than Suicide Squad was, right? Fine. But he's now talking about, well, why don't you just take some of the other IPs that you own and make good games out of them? So here's my question. Knowing everything that we know about WB Games right now, do we really want them touching those fucking franchises and turning them into live service games that are going to suck? Or would we rather wait until new management comes in at some point and then they actually see the value in a single player story game where we can take a lot of those franchises that people really, really like and we can actually utilize them? Like unfortunately, this kind of argument kind of puts you in a catch-22 because it's like, okay, well, I want other franchises. And that's fair. They do own quite a few franchises, but at the same time, do we really want them touching those right now? Me personally, nope. I'd rather wait. I'd rather wait because, like, as much as I would love to see things happen, this is not going to be the end of WB Games. It just isn't. They're going to, whether they end up getting bought out by somebody else or they merge with another company, Warner Brothers is going to be around. We know this. We have to wait for a change in management where people actually see the value of all these other different franchises, right? So if the CEO and the company in general only wants to focus on these 4 right now because they are the hottest tickets that they have, okay, fine. But at the same time, in the future, we know that those franchises are also going to be the ones that can take the beating now and still continue on later on down the road. I don't know of any other franchises that can take the kind of beating that DC can, or that Game of Thrones can, or that Mortal Kombat can, and so on, right? I don't see any other franchise surviving a beating like that. I really, really don't. So do we really want them touching the other franchises at the moment? Because they just try and do the same thing.
Capcom is a perfect example of this. They're sitting on Dino Crisis and Power Stone. Right now, horror games are thriving again, and Monster Hunter has become a global phenomenon. So tell me, how is it that the game that blends those two concepts together is still MIA for more than 20 years?
Okay. Let me look something up really, really, really quick, because I kind of feel like there's something going on. Dino Crisis, that's fine. Reception, here we go. The first one was met with mostly positive reviews. Yeah. Reviewers found the game enhances and alters Resident Evil formula with strengths of its own merits. Fair. Game was a commercial success, being a bestseller in Japan. During its debut week, Dino Crisis achieved sales above 300,000 units, making it the country's best-selling game from July 14th through July 21st. The PlayStation version of the game ultimately sold 2.4 million copies worldwide and is listed as a Capcom Platinum title. Great. So if it's run by Capcom, now we know why. Right? Just kind of that simple. Or here we go. An action shooter sequel titled Dino Crisis 2 was released for the PlayStation in 2000 to positive reception. In 2002, Capcom released Dino Stalker, a light gun game for the PS2, to mixed reviews. Finally, an action-based game, Dino Crisis 3, was released in 2003 for the Xbox to mixed reviews. The protagonist of Dino Crisis, Regina, has been featured as a playable character in the tactical role-playing game Namco versus Capcom for the PlayStation 2. Her outfit is also available to wear in Resident Evil 3 Nemesis and in Dead Rising 3 via downloadable content. Right here, Capcom, right? If it's owned by Capcom, then that's all well and fine, but we already know that Capcom doesn't give a shit unless it's a Resident Evil series, unless it's part of the Resident Evil series, right? Even Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds suck. They do. The PC versions of them are awful. They have massive connectivity problems. The frame rate is all over the fucking place. The controls feel like they were absolutely designed for console, and they had no care whatsoever to do the right thing and translate those controls over to mouse and keyboard. Everything feels like it's set in fucking concrete. Everything is really pretty, but that's when you can get the fucking game to run and keep running for a while and not take a crap on you. Capcom doesn't care unless it's Resident Evil. That's unfortunately just how it works. So, yeah, they may be sitting on it, but guess what? If Capcom don't give a fuck, that's the end of that.
Same thing goes for Power Stone. I was at my local game store the other night playing Magic the Gathering, and the owner had Power Stone matches running in the background. God, I love that game. With the popularity of Smash Brothers, Rivals of Aether 2, and even WB's now abandoned multiverses, Capcom could easily pivot their Street Fighter pedigree that they've built over the years into a platform fighter with a massive cast that they could pull from all across all their different legacy franchises, and yet they've done nothing.
Okay, again, what legacy franchises? In terms of the people that they would be targeting with something like a Smash Brothers kind of game, I guarantee the majority of people that would play that, because of the type of game that, or the type of people that games like that are geared toward, would have no fucking idea who Riggs and Murtaugh are. And chances are they probably never will understand who Riggs and Murtaugh are. Now that there may not even ever be another Lethal Weapon movie ever again, because Richard Donner is dead and Mel Gibson is doing whatever the fuck Mel Gibson is doing with Passion of the Christ 2, and then he plans on making another Lethal Weapon movie, but that's assuming neither he nor Danny Glover are dead before then. So who's going to recognize Riggs and Murtaugh? And that's kind of the problem that they just constantly run into with their legacy franchises. Who's going to remember that?
And it's not just Capcom. Chrono Trigger and Parasite Eve are still collecting dust at Square Enix. Sony.
No, Parasite Eve has a problem specifically because of the writer. So they can't do anything with Parasite Eve. That conversation is a completely different conversation. They had to change the name of a Parasite Eve game to Third Birthday. Specifically because the writer, for whatever reason, didn't like the way that the first two Parasite Eve games went. So Parasite Eve is off the table until either they can connect with the author again and the author has a change of heart, or the author dies and the estate finally turns around and says, yeah, we'll make a deal with you. They can't do anything with Parasite Eve 1 and 2. They just can't. Period.
He hasn't touched Legend of Dragoon in decades. Blizzard has ignored StarCraft. Ubisoft has sidelined Rayman. And it's just like everybody has picked a lane and they just hit the gas and they just will not pull out of it. These companies, they all used to experiment constantly. Platformers, ARPGs, turn-based RPGs, FPS titles, weird one-off games that they would make. And now they just say, well, we make 3 games and that's it. And I think that's...
Okay. Blizzard, though, still makes a bunch of different games. I understand the argument, but StarCraft ran its course, and I'm going to be honest, the second one was kind of balls. Right? It just was. StarCraft 2 did not get the same amount of hype that StarCraft and StarCraft Brood War did. It was still popular. There were still a lot of people that were playing it and still doing the online stuff. But it didn't do as well as everybody expected it to. I didn't play it till years after it came out, right? And there are tons of people who are just like, oh, I guess StarCraft had a thing, got it. And then they just forgot about it altogether because now these people are in their fucking 20s and the last time they played a StarCraft game was when they were like 15, right? They've also tried other things in the past. Blizzard has. Blizzard was going to do a first-person shooter called StarCraft Ghost. For whatever reason, it didn't pan out. I don't know. Maybe it was because of the ongoing lawsuit at the time between Games Workshop and Blizzard. Maybe it's because they were only, things are only allowed to go for so long and, before legal issues come in. We don't know. But there are tons of reasons why StarCraft didn't work as well as it did the first time. But they still make Overwatch, shitty, but they still make it, right? They have Warcraft, they have like quite a few of the Warcraft stuff remastered now. Warcraft's always been a big hit. You've also got World of Warcraft, which is still a massive hit, and they're still doing everything to nowadays, right? And now that they've merged with Activision, why the hell would they fuck up another formula like Call of Duty? I don't care how much Call of Duty sucks. The fact of the matter is that there's still idiots who are willing to play it and dish out like a bunch of fucking money to do it. So you've got one of the biggest franchises of all time that merged with another company that also has one of the biggest franchises of all time. And there's some stuff that didn't work. And understandably, it's sad, yes, but that doesn't mean they're just abandoning everything. Not in this sense, anyway. Not in the example of Blizzard. I understand what he's trying to say, but I don't consider that completely factual either. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm being too nuanced. I understand the argument, but it's also not correct.
Killing the industry. I think it's killing it creatively. It's shrinking the skill set of every single dev team. It's making audiences more critical of every single sequel, and it's bleeding out the kind of cultural variety that used to make gaming exciting in the first place. I think that's why indie has done so well over the last few years. Then you have WB, who just comes out and says it straight face that their future is focused on Harry Potter, DC, Mortal Kombat, and Game of Thrones. That's it. Meanwhile, Monolith is getting saddled with superhero projects that quietly get scrapped when they could be reviving something like Condemned, or God forbid they could make a Fear game. I mean, still to this day, there's nothing quite like that game. Tactical, psychological, atmospheric. There is so much room for a game like that, but they have just left it buried.
Yeah, but they left it buried because if I remember correctly, the only one that was actually worth playing was the first Fear. Once Warner Brothers got their hands on the franchise, both of those, well, actually the remainder of those games were kind of dog water. Like, it's been a while since I played the Fear games, but the only one that actually ever legitimately scared me was the first one. After that, it was just action schlock after action schlock, and they got rid of the whole psychological horror thing. It was just, it might as well have just been Aliens, Colonial Marines at that point. So if it didn't work for them the first time, and arguably management is worse off now than they were when they did that to begin with, why would I trust them with that franchise now? Why would they trust themselves with it?
And it's not just the horror stuff. They own the entire Midway arcade library. With how hot ARPGs have been lately, why not revive something like Gauntlet? They've got the rights to the Matrix, but they haven't touched that since Matrix Online 20 years ago. They have the entire Hanna-Barbera, Looney Tunes, Scooby-Doo, Jetsons, Flintstones, all of that other stuff, and they just don't use any of that stuff outside of the Multiverses game that they made and then abandoned a year later. The problem is, I look at everything the WB owns, all the IP that they're sitting on, and I look at where they're actually headed, and I know exactly what to expect. They said that they're wanting to focus on Game of Thrones, and what's the first thing that they do? They partner with Netmarble and make some weird, clunky, pay-to-win mobile game.
Yeah.
That was the grand plan. That's the vision. Not a high-quality RPG, not a story-driven epic, but a mobile grinder designed to milk whales and peddle nostalgia.
Yeah, but that was kind of the point. It's live service. That's why they do it. Because clearly it's still working. That's the point. I'm not saying I agree with them, but at least in that specific example, it's working. Yeah, each one had a different feel. I recall Fear 1 had really good AI for the time. Well, not only really good AI, but it was definitely more of a horror story than anything. That's what I loved about Fear, is it was equal parts first-person shooter and psychological horror, and both aspects of it were really, really good. After that, with Fear 2, it kind of fell off in the psychological horror aspect. Same thing with 3, it fell off even more. So, like, the longer that franchise went on, the less and less it became of, oh, shit's gonna scare you because it's psychological horror, and more of, here's a jump scare because, oh yeah, we forgot this is also supposed to be horror too.
Why wouldn't you just give that Game of Thrones project to Monolith and let them build a Shadow of Mordor style game with the Nemesis system? It's literally perfect for that universe. Betrayals, political backstabbing, shifting rivalries, that kind of dynamic AI structure fits Game of Thrones like a glove, and it would actually play to the strengths of that studio that spent years developing and refining those systems, but instead, Monolith gets saddled with a superhero project, and one of the most adaptable gameplay systems in the industry just gets wasted.
No. Okay, you want to know why? Here's kind of a hot take. I feel like the reason why they don't do anything with the Nemesis system now, like they used to back in the day, is because the people who know how the Nemesis system works and know how to make it work well for them are long gone. And I think it's just that simple. There have been plenty of people over the years who have left Warner Brothers, specifically because of the really shitty video game practices and the really shitty funding practices and the bomb after bomb after bomb for video games that they've had to suffer through, that have all just said fuck it and left out of disappointment. I would be surprised if there is even a tiny team that still understands what the Nemesis system is, let alone how to make it work and work well for any game. I'd be incredibly surprised. I honestly feel like that's why they don't do anything with it, because there's nobody left around to really make it work. It'd be like using the Fox engine. It'd be like Konami turning around and using the Fox engine again after the abysmal release that was Metal Gear Survive. Everybody who literally knows how to use the Fox engine is long gone. They're working for Kojima now. So why would Konami put themselves through the same bullshit that they already had to learn the hard way again? It doesn't make any sense, right? Maybe there's nobody left around to actually make the fucking thing work.
You know what? While we're on the subject of Monolith and Shadow of Mordor, why not just form a strategic partnership with Embracer to license the Lord of the Rings IP again? Embracer obviously has no idea what they're doing with it. The only thing that they've put out is Tales of the Shire, a cozy farming simulator. Meanwhile, WB has an internal studio with actual experience working in that world. They could offload some of the financial risk, they could split the cost, and they could make a Lord of the Rings game that people actually want. It is one of the most recognizable and underutilized properties in all of gaming, and both companies would benefit from doing literally anything worthwhile with it. And the thing that really pisses me off with all this lack of using other IP is what it's doing to the people that are actually making games, because you got teams like Monolith who built one of the most innovative systems of the past decade, and instead of letting those guys evolve it, WB just shoves them onto DC Games for support or sidelines them altogether. Studios don't get to build what they're good at anymore. They just get told what trend to chase and when, and that's just the job now. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It doesn't matter if the team wants to make it or even if the audience is asking for it. It's just marching orders from executives who have never even designed a game before in their life. And when the whole thing eventually collapses, like it definitely will, it's not the executives who get cut, it's the developers, the designers, the writers, the QA testers, the artists, the people who spent years grinding on these systems that were doomed from the start. Live service games just aren't bad bets, they're meat grinders. They've been destroying this industry, and the longer this cycle continues, the more it's going to burn out the people who actually make games worth playing anymore. It's no wonder why so many veterans have been leaving to go work at smaller studios or go start their own, because the system doesn't reward creativity anymore, it punishes it.
Okay, so what's the problem? Like, I really don't like putting it that way, but what's the problem? If you got people who are experienced veterans and they are leaving companies like Warner Brothers and they are leaving other companies to either start their own video game venture or to join somebody else's video game venture who has the same vision, why is that a bad thing? Didn't we literally just get one of the best games of all time because of exactly that? And by that, I mean Claire Obscure Expedition 33. We literally just got one of the best video games of all time, specifically because you had 33 people, some of which used to work for Microsoft, others who worked for various other companies and stuff like that, who all got sick and tired of how the system just chews up and spits out developers. And they really, really wanted to make something, but they wanted to make what they wanted to play and what they wanted to be creative with. And not only was it successful, it literally, it paid off in spades. It just did. And it's easily one of the best video games I've ever played. And I didn't even play all of it. I beat the main storyline. I didn't go through and do all the extra stuff. But there's tons of stuff that I missed. And it's still, even with just the stuff that I played, it's still one of the best video games I've ever played. We literally got that because of the incompetence of AAA developers. So if it's their time, I don't see the problem. Because there's going to come a point where the developers, the people who want to stick around and who really want to make games and really want to make it the best that it possibly can be, they're absolutely going to stick around for as long as they can. In one way, shape, or form, whether that's joining another company or starting their own company or whatever. This is what they do. They've been doing it for years. So if there's more opportunities now for people to do that and create exactly what they want to create, listen, I don't have a problem with next year they're coming out another game that is also one of the best video games I've ever played in my entire life. I'm almost 39, right? I played a lot of fucking video games. I've been playing video games since I was 2. So that's 37 years, right? Claire Obscure is literally one of the best games I have played in 37 years of non-stop video game play. That's saying a lot. Right? The opportunities are there. Me personally, if Warner Brothers shuts down, I think there'd be a lot of veterans and everything else who would be making their own companies and trying to keep their, their clique of people together and everything, and I think that'd be fine. And I think they do amazing. And then all these franchises that, Warner Brothers has control over and shit like that, they'd sell for pennies on the dollar, and then people can actually pick them up and make something good with them. Because honestly, right now, I don't have any love for Warner Brothers, which is really sad because the Arkhamverse is easily one of my favorite video game franchises, right? But they're not doing anything worthwhile with it. Just like they're not doing anything worthwhile with any other franchise that they own. So if the company breaks up, So long as everybody else, or mostly everybody else, has a place that they can go, whether it's starting up a new company or joining somebody else's company or whatever, and then those franchises can be bought for like next to nothing, I'm not going to shed a tear. I'm just not.
And the reason this keeps happening is simple, short-term thinking. That's all it is. These publishers do not greenlight projects because they believe in them. They greenlight projects because somebody else's version already worked of it. Marvel Rivals is trending. Let's make that. Fortnite is printing cash still. Okay, we'll copy it. Baldur's Gate 3 did numbers. Hold on a minute. Too bad. We're already locked into a superhero gotcha MMO with a 12-year roadmap and a $200 million investment, so we can't really make a game like that. There's no vision, no patience, no long game. These guys are just chasing somebody else's success without even knowing how it worked in the first place.
Okay, but again, that's the business that Warner Brothers and many, many other companies are used to. They come from movies, right? When somebody goes and pitches Warner Brothers or pitches Sony or pitches Amblin or pitches, any of the other movie studios, when they go and they pitch them a script for a movie, they only think about long term in terms of what's going to happen a year from now when it comes to distribution. How are we going to do that? Right? They are banking on the fact that it's going to take X amount of money and X amount of time, and then it's going to be a smash hit. So it's a miracle when a movie comes out, let alone like a blockbuster like phenomenon. Right? That's just how it is. So if they have the Dark Knight trilogy, hey, good for them. Right? Dark Knight trilogy is phenomenal. Everybody loved the Dark Knight trilogy. I've never known one person who hasn't liked it, right? But not every single movie is going to be the Dark Knight trilogy over and over and over again. So they're constantly living in the short term because that's how the business is done. The business is done with, hey, they like the pitch of a thing. They ask how much it's going to cost. They say, okay, well, we'll give you this instead, and you got X amount of time in order to do it, and so on. Can you do that? They agree to it. Most of the time it goes over pretty decently. Sometimes it doesn't go over pretty decently. Sometimes it actually really goes to shit really quick. But they're the ones fronting the bill, which means that they're also going to be getting paid off first. So that movie has to do gangbusters. And that's all they care about. And that's all they've ever cared about, because that's the kind of company that they are. The whole gaming thing is just, it's the same formula. It's a rinse and repeat for them. Oh, okay, well, the last Suicide Squad game didn't go very well, but this next one, maybe we change things up a little bit, and there we go. But it's also not the first time a Warner Brothers movie has bombed either, right? So if they're using the same formula, to them, it's just, well, win some, lose some. But either way, we're all in.
You just can't build a legacy that way. You can't even build a company that way. Every single new IP getting viewed as a gamble. Every established one is milked until the audience hates it. And the moment that a project stumbles, even slightly, these guys are going right back to the safest idea possible, which usually means something live, something branded, and something completely devoid of risk. That's how you go from publishing Batman Arkham Asylum to Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League. And the worst part is these guys actually think it's a plan. At some point, we just have to call it what it is. Mismanagement at the highest level. WB isn't just making bad decisions. They are making the same bad decisions over and over while pretending each one is a new and bold strategy. They are sitting on some of the most recognizable IP in the world, and instead of letting their talented studios take creative risks and play to their strengths, no, they are forcing them through the same broken funnel of live service monetization and trend chasing. And for what? Games nobody plays, layoffs nobody ever learns from, a company that just keeps lighting more and more money on fire and calling it innovation. The players know it, the developers know it, and the only ones that are still pretending like this makes any sense are the ones that still keep getting promoted for it. I'm going to be honest with you guys, it's just sad at this point. It's just a vicious cycle that continues and nobody wants to break the wheel. We just keep seeing them make the exact same mistakes over and over again. They keep losing money. We keep losing out on bad games. These developers keep losing their jobs, and all the meanwhile, these executives get away on a golden parachute. In a lot of cases, I wish for failure on some of these companies because I do not like the way that they operate. I do not like how they are not serving their audiences or how they don't treat their developers well. But The one thing that sucks about all of this is that for every single bad game or canceled game that we see come out of these studios, it's another 5 years or more or never that we're going to see a good game come from publishers or studios that we want to see good stuff from. You know, I would kill for a good Lord of the Rings game. Man, that would go so hard. I have no idea why that IP is like the least used IP in all of gaming, even though like the vast majority of the gaming audience loves Lord of the Rings. I know
the reason why. I absolutely know the reason why. And it's the same reason why you have just as many good Lord of the Rings games as you have bad Lord of the Rings games. It's because people love Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. And there's nothing wrong with that. I love Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings too. But if it's not Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, then nobody's going to give a shit. Nobody cared about Gollum for more than a few reasons, but one of the biggest reasons was because the fucking thing didn't work. And because they had no idea what they were doing with this character. They had zero clue. Right? Now, Shadow of Mordor, Battle for Middle-earth, those did gangbusters, but at the time, Warner Brothers had an insanely successful IP that was Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, that was still very, very popular. They had the Nemesis system and the people who knew how to make it work, and it was just a perfect storm. It was absolutely just a perfect storm. I guarantee you don't have half those people anymore. I guarantee Warner Brothers does not have half those people. And the reason why Lord of the Rings is such an underutilized thing is because you don't just have to go to J.R.R. Tolkien, like his estate, and go, hey, we'd really like to make a Lord of the Rings video game, and this is what we're thinking. You also, if you want the right environment that and the right style that everybody's looking for, you also got to talk to the people who own Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, because that's what people want. People want Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. I don't know if you guys remember, but I showed you guys not too long ago the difference between like the Two Towers and Return of the King versus the Fellowship of the Ring for PS2, and how the Fellowship of the Ring game was fucking dog water, and how literally Jerma sat there for over an hour trying to fight a tree. People didn't like that game because it wasn't Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. They took an IP and they didn't know what the fuck they were doing with it, and they had the wrong stuff in it, and they focused on the wrong things that they wanted to emphasize, and the game was shit. That's just what it was. Lord of the Rings was probably one of the best movie experiences I had at a theater. Yeah. That, and they've carved it up very particularly. For example, imagine Amazon making a Ring of Power game and trying to convince CEOs and investors it's a good idea. Then there's bullshit like the Cozy Hobbit game. Yeah, or Fellowship of the Ring, yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree. Like, it's all carved up. And not only that, you also have, like, merchandising, right? Watch this. I'll do this. You're going to shit your pants. Hang on. Middle-earth. Games Workshop. Literally the same fucking company that does Warhammer 40K also takes care of merchandising for models and figurines for Lord of the Rings. So, I don't know. You tell me. Why is it that Lord of the Rings is underutilized? Because it's fucking all over the place. And because it's really complicated. It's really, really, really complicated. Just that simple. It's not easy. Not at all. No, this is not for Warhammer Fantasy. The Games Workshop, the company that owns Warhammer and Warhammer 40K, also has a Lord of the Rings miniatures game that's licensed to be Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. So that's why they don't do Lord of the Rings, because it's fractured and divvied up in so many different places. That's why. Peter Jackson's must be specialized in primary problem, but the demand is only for Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Absolutely. That's what people want. They want Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. They do not want Fellowship of the Ring, the video game. They do not want Cozy Hobbit Stardew-like game, because it's not the same style. It just isn't. People want to be able to look at a Hobbit and go, oh, look, it's a Saffron Baggins. People want to be able to look at another Hobbit and go, oh, that's one of the Proud Feet. They don't want to sit there and look at a fucking couple of polygons that are awful in terms of design and go, who the fuck is this supposed to be? So yeah, I wonder why they don't do Lord of the Rings.
Know that it's owned by Embracer, so we're likely never to see a good game out of those guys. We've already seen that already with the Tales of the Shire or whatever it was called. But imagine a Baldur's Gate 3 CRPG Return of the King. God, that would go so hard. Why am I doing this to myself? I mean, I would...
First off, why would you just pigeonhole it into Return of the King? I could see a game, I could see a CRPG based off of like Baldur's Gate 3 or something like that, where it's in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings Middle-earth, and it's its own adventure, and maybe it's alongside the original trilogy, maybe it's something that's going on, on the opposite end of the world or whatever, and it's just as grand in scale, and then you have options maybe to do like mini campaigns like what's the name of it, Battle for Helm's Deep and the Battle of Gondor and the Battle of Mordor and like stuff like that. You could do those mini campaigns, but the focus is on an original story being told, right? Don't pigeonhole, oh, well, let's just do Return of the King. No, sorry, that doesn't work. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah. I had no idea Games Workshop had Lord of the Rings battle game released alongside of the movies. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a good Return of the King game. Yeah, no, there absolutely was. 100%. So why fuck with Return of the King or Fellowship of the Ring or The Hobbit or Two Towers when you could make your own original story like Shadow of Mordor and Battle for Middle-earth, and like when those two games did so well in their own right, you could do that and make it a CRPG and it would go gangbusters. But for the love of God, do not just do a rehash of Return of the King. Please.
It's settle for a Shadow of Mordor or something simple, but no, probably not. Part of me wants these companies to fail, but at the same time, it's just such a damn waste. It really is. And I don't see WB Games turning things around anytime soon. That company needs a massive shakeup. They need new leadership. They need a new vision, one that does not include live service, because I think that that's just a cancer for those guys. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to gamble away all of their money and all of their IP to the point where they don't have anything left, and they start selling that IP off, and they start selling some of these studios off, and then it's the hope that those studios and IP go somewhere where it actually gets put to work. But as we've seen how that's worked over the past couple of years, that doesn't happen. I was looking at it earlier, and out of the past 5 years, out of the top 20 games, 2 of them have been live service. There's been 25 AAA live service games in the past 5 years that have been released, or more, 25 plus, I think is what the number was. I don't have the exact numbers on me. And 5 of them actually found success. I was going to say 6, but the 6th one was Diablo 4, which as a game sure sales wise it found success, but as a live service, I think that game is completely cooked. There's just no way that they're making money on that game. 25% odds on a $300 million bet with the future of my studio at stake and all of my employees. That's not a bet I would take.
It's not a bet you would take, but that's also kind of the problem, right? And I'm not saying he's wrong, but that's also kind of the problem, because there have been video games that have been a lot bigger of a gamble and had a less than likely outcome that was even less than 25% that ended up being gangbusters, right? So if we're going to look at it, we have to look at it objectively. Every time a video game gets made and released, it's a fucking miracle because of all the things that can go wrong anyway. Same thing with movies, right? Now, and I'm not saying I agree with this because I don't, but now the problem becomes is that there is so much pressure on all of these companies to constantly innovate and be creative, but at the same time also make a fuck ton of money to justify the jobs of those people who are doing exactly what they're supposed to do, that it's going to be the safe bet every single time. It just is, right? That's how it works. That's how movie companies operate too. Same kind of thing. Why would I go out of my way to make an obscure title such as a movie called Apex from 1992, which was at best a B movie because they didn't have the funding to do much of anything else other than a B movie. So most of it was shot out in the fucking desert. Okay. Why would they take the chance on redoing a movie like that and actually making it better if there's a massive likelihood that it's going to bomb anyway, versus them going, oh, well, I mean, fuck. Superman just did really, really well. Let's get started on another one. Superman would be the safer bet, would it not? You see what I mean? Like, I understand what he's saying, and he's not wrong. And I really do applaud the indie devs or the AA studios or whatever that actually go out and take the chance. But at the same time, this is literally nothing that is different from where it was 10 years ago. They're going to go with the safe bet. Doesn't matter whether it's WB or EA or Ubisoft or whatever. They're always going to take a guaranteed paycheck over taking a larger risk and possibly getting absolutely nothing from it. And make no mistake about it, Warner Brothers absolutely still made money off of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. They absolutely did. They just didn't make enough money to the point where it was deemed profitable. Right? So if they were lucky, maybe they got their money back in terms of what they actually spent on the game. If they're lucky, maybe they did. But even if they just broke even, that's still considered a loss because they're not making any profit. Right? They still made money, just not enough. Right? So, again, if all they have is, well, we could take a really big chance and it could really blow up in our fucking faces, versus let's take this, we're going to quote refine it into a live service game because you want, hey, you want evidence that live service games are still doing well. Look at Roblox and Fortnite, right? And then you have a bunch of old ass dudes who have no fucking idea what a video game is, let alone why they're good. And they just go, well, I mean, fuck, if those two are making that much money, then absolutely, go for it. Absolutely. Twice on Sunday. That's what's going to happen. I'm not saying it's right. That's how it is. Right? And from a company's perspective, you're not in the business of losing money you're in the business of making money. And if you don't make some money, people are, at least you have the excuse to go, I'm not entirely sure what happened. On paper, this all looked really, really good. And now everybody in the higher echelons of the company learns a lesson, right? They can always tack it up to lesson learned because the company and the executives got burned for making the decision, and nobody wants to get fired, and they're certainly not going to get fired themselves. So they're just like, oh, well, it was an expensive lesson, but lesson learned. Versus taking a really, really, really large and risky bet and having it blow up in your face, and then everybody gets to turn around and tell you, I told you were a fucking idiot. And then you get fired. It sucks, but that's the case.
Not me. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
Okay, here's the video. Go like it at the very least. Go subscribe to Legendary Drops. I really, really wish that I could have a debate. Not even a debate, but I shouldn't say debate. I really, really, really wish that I could sit down for like more than a few hours and have a conversation with Legendary Drops. I feel like I really feel like it'd be a really, really interesting conversation on the state of games and talking about objectivity versus biases, especially within the gaming space. I really do feel like that'd be a really, really interesting conversation because I feel like there's a lot of really good points that he has, but at the same time, I also feel like there are instances where it's more opinion than it is looking at something objectively, and I think that there are ways that you can have objectivity and subjectivity and they work in unison with one another. But again, like even in that video, there were some points in there where he, in so many words, parrots what I'm saying, which is if you cater to everyone, you make a video game for no one. But then he turns around and he says, oh, well, the problem is that it goes through so many filters. Well, so what? If you're making a game that you absolutely love because you want to play the game, others are going to feel that, and they're going to want to play that game too. There's no problem with having filters. It's how you use the filters themselves. And unfortunately, WB doesn't even use filters. WB just literally sits there and goes, okay, what makes the most money? Live service? Got it. Let's do that. That's not doing filters. That's just going, well, we don't know why a thing works. We just know it makes money, so let's do it, because we'll make money too. There's absolutely nothing wrong with filters, not whatsoever. So I'm not entirely sure where that's coming from. But again, I think it'd be cool to have a conversation with him. I really, really do. I think that there's a lot of things that he and I could talk about in terms of the gaming industry, and how things work, and learn from one another and learn from our own experiences and this, that, and the other thing. And instead of just making videos where, you know, we're presented with a problem, videos could be made where maybe there's a solution instead of just, well, you know, problem is, and, you know, this is the whole thing, and this is why they suck, and this is like, and I fucking hate it, and sometimes I wish these companies would go. Okay, I understand that. I get the anger. I know why it's there, 100%. But what's the solution? Live service plus current thing, Harley Quinn. Yeah, absolutely. Now, had it been made to be a live service game initially, I think it actually probably would have done really well. But it's because they took a formula for a single player story, and they tried to turn it into something that it's not, and they didn't have the right people to give it the right kind of story to begin with, that it just it's miserable. It really, really is. Then we got bored of seeing Harley Quinn everywhere. And the worst part is I love Harley Quinn. I really, really do. Harley Quinn, I'm sorry. A lot of things happened in the Batman animated series from the early 90s. A lot of things happened, right? Harley Quinn is fucking gorgeous. Batgirl, fucking gorgeous. Poison Ivy, fucking gorgeous. Catwoman, fucking gorgeous. Right? It doesn't matter who plays it, because I think each voice actor, especially in the Arkhamverse, did a really, really fantastic job. There are ones that we like more, right? But generally speaking, the two that did Harley Quinn did absolutely amazing. Kevin Conroy is Kevin Conroy. He's one of the best Batmans, if not the best Batman in the history of Batman. He's also the longest running. Mark Hamill is the Joker. You cannot go wrong. All the other people, the people who played Nightwing, the people who played, what's his name? The red guy. I can't remember his name off the top of my head for right now. But the voice actor who played Batgirl, right? And Oracle. All of these people, the one who played Catwoman, the one who played Poison Ivy, all of these people did absolutely amazing, and they just nailed it. But if the story's not there, it doesn't matter how good the actors are either. My favorite comic of hers is the Fart comic. God, they're degenerates for making that comic. I mean, again, it's things that happened 5 or 6 years ago that they're trying to make viral again, right? What happened 5 years ago? Amaranth was selling farts. What happened before that? Gamer girl bathwater, right? Now they're trying to do it, but they're trying to do it with Harley Quinn. Doesn't work the same way, but they don't know that because they're too fucking old. Somebody probably went, hey, did you hear, this is crazy, my son, he's getting into streaming, and, he learned about this. Dude, they do some wacky shit on Twitch, right? You hear, there was this one girl, her name was Amaranth, and get this. Bro, she just farts in jars and sells them for, $50 a pop. And somebody went, Harley's really hot. And Amaranth's really hot too. Maybe we could pull this off, but they don't know the context as to why it worked the way it did. They're just too old. They don't get it. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that there's ever going to be another DC series that is going to hit as hard as Arkhamverse did? Next is going to be Batman needs to fight feet aliens and has to lick them to death. I mean, probably. But do you think that there's ever going to be another DC franchise, video game franchise like the Arkhamverse that's going to do half as well? Because I honestly don't think so. I really don't. I know a lot of people like Spider-Man, and I know Spider-Man isn't DC, but I know a lot of people like Spider-Man, but Spider-Man, the Spider-Man video game franchise, although fun, is nothing compared to the Arkhamverse franchise, right? It just isn't. It's not even remotely close. I don't know if I can see it. I really wish I could, but I don't know if I can see another superhero franchise being even remotely close to being as popular as the Arkhamverse was when it came out. Because the Arkhamverse was fantastic. Much to my surprise, it was fantastic. And easily one of the best franchises I've ever played. But again, it was lightning in a bottle. They could do no wrong. And now they're kind of doing nothing but wrong, which is a bummer, but it is what it is. Okay. I think we spent more than enough time on this topic. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to add to this, or do you guys have videos that we can delve into or whatever? We're just going to take it easy tonight. We're going to take it easy. We're going to look at weird shit, probably go down rabbit holes or whatever. So let's get it going. Let's get the juices flowing here. I think they need to recover from pushing the rest button. Last Superman they tried, they canceled, and it was 90% complete. Oh, the reset button. I think the problem, and I'm going to be honest, I think the biggest issue that people are going to face is Superman is boring. In my opinion, Superman is really boring. I know the latest Superman movie did really, really, really well, but the reason it did really well is because of all the things that makes Superman boring. Okay? So, for instance, a lot of people didn't like the last couple of Superman movies because they were darker and because he didn't like necessarily care, and hell, even in the Justice League, he was the bad guy for most of it, and he was very arrogant and everything like that. From what I understand, and I haven't seen the new movie yet, but from what I understand, it brings Clark Kent back to basics, right? Where he's the guy that, oh boy, there's 17 people who are currently falling out of a building. I'm going to save them all. But at the other end of Metropolis, there's also a squirrel that's about to get hit by a car. How am I going to do all of this in less than 20 seconds? It's easy. Fly the speed of light. And he does, because as far as he's concerned, all life is valuable. That's cool, and that does definitely bring it back to the way that Christopher Reeve played Batman, and I applaud that, and I think that's really, really awesome. But does that work in a video game? No. It just makes them boring. Two perfect characters are not interesting. Broad statement about DC characters. Yeah. I like Dark. This whole happy, hippy-dippy crap with Superman is just retrobaiting. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing, though. That's, like... I can understand why some people call it retrobait, but at the same time, look at the Snyderverse. How'd that go for DC? Because it started off really, really, really strong, and then at some point, it was just diarrhea all over the set. For every single movie. That's just how it is. It turned into absolute dog shit. Right? You had Batman v Superman, which a lot of people couldn't stand because of Ben Affleck being Batman, and although he's not the worst Batman in the world, he's definitely there more as Bruce Wayne and not Batman, right? Batman v Superman, You had Justice League, both versions of the Justice League, both of which sucked. In fact, it sucked so bad that the Snyderverse sucked worse than the first version, right? You had Wonder Woman, which was good. I actually really liked the first Wonder Woman. And then you had Wonder Woman 1984, which sucked. You had Aquaman. Now, the first Aquaman movie, even though I'm not a big Aquaman fan, did really decent. Second one, I couldn't be bothered to give a shit. Then you have, I can't remember the person's name. I can never remember their name, but they're playing the Flash. Well, it just so happens that that person is also fucking absolutely batshit insane and is trying to form their own cult somewhere in Vermont. Not looking too good for the Snyderverse, is it? Yeah, you didn't know this? Hang on. Let's see. Here we go. Ezra Miller. Yeah. Ezra Miller. Okay. Vermont farm incidents, harassment allegations. June 2022, mother and her 12-year-old were granted temporary harassment prevention order against Miller in Massachusetts after they said that Miller threatened the woman's family and showed inappropriate behavior towards the child. The child, their mother, and a neighbor corroborated that Miller brandished a gun in anger and behaved inappropriately toward the child, fixating on them, hugging them, and touching their hips. The child's mother told Business Insider that Miller had known the family since February, had taken an interest in the child because of their style and maturity level, and had offered to start a clothing line with the child and fund their attendance to a design school. The mother also said that Miller considered the child to be a powerful, mystical being who would be lucky to have Ezra to guide and protect them. Shortly before the harassment prevention order was granted in June, the mother stated Miller arrived at the family's house dressed as a cowboy and attempted to buy the horses for the child. Violent farm incident. Like, this is... Ezra Miller went off the fucking deep end, okay? As reported by Rolling Stone, Miller had been housing a mother they met in Hilo, Hawaii, and her 3 young children on Miller's farm in Stanford, Vermont, since mid-April of 2022. Multiple sources, including the children's father, alleged that guns and ammunition are easily accessible to the children and that the 1-year-old put a loose bullet in her mouth. The mother claimed that Miller was offering them a shelter from her ex-husband, whom she alleged was abusive. Further claims include assault rifles being propped up on piles of the children's stuffed animals and heavy marijuana use, while with people smoking marijuana in front of the children in rooms without proper ventilation, including a witness stating that he saw Miller blow marijuana smoke in the baby's face and use their arm to waft more smoke in the baby's direction. Rolling Stone also published that Miller had been running a large, unlicensed marijuana cultivation operation. On the weekend of August 6th, Vermont State Police approached Miller's residence and repeatedly attempted to serve the mother an emergency care order that demanded the children's removal from her care and the home over fear of their safety. Police and social workers were unable to locate the children or the mother. Miller told police that the woman and her children do not live there and had not for the past 2 months. Contradicting Miller, the DCF caseworker, in her affidavit to the court, presented evidence that up until late July, the woman had been regularly posting images on social media that confirmed she was living with Miller. The Vermont State Attorney's Office stated that Miller's response seemed like an attempt to evade service of the order. And then burglary. Like, Ezra Miller is fucked. August 2022, Miller was charged with felony burglary in Stanford, stemming from what the police report indicated was theft of bottles of alcohol from a private home in May, according to Vermont State Police. According to the report, Miller was identified by police via video surveillance footage. Miller was due to be arraigned in court in September of 2022. A week prior to the planned arraignment date, a representative for Miller stated that the home is owned by a former childhood friend of Miller's and that Miller believed that they were welcome to enter the home to obtain rice wine for cooking. The arraignment was later pushed back to October. Appearing in court remotely on that date, Miller pleaded not guilty to the charges. The next hearing on this case was scheduled in January of 2023. A day before the scheduled hearing, Miller accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to trespassing, with the burglary and petite larceny charges being dropped. On the day of the hearing, Miller's trespassing plea was approved by the court. Miller was handed 12 months probation by Judge Carrie Ann McDonald Katie at Bennington County Superior Court in Vermont. Miller told the court they believe they can comply with the stipulations of the 1-year probation, which included no contact with the victims, continuing their mental health treatment, random alcohol screenings, and not being convicted of a criminal offense, among others. Like, Ezra Miller is really fucking weird. Really, really, really fucking weird. I wouldn't even call them a lolcow. I wouldn't. Lolcows, yeah, I wouldn't even call them that. Really strange dude, right? Really, really strange dude. So, I mean, there you go. Look at the Snyderverse. The Snyderverse, oof. Mega oof. Right? Nobody wants to see Superman as the bad guy because he's essentially God and will kill everybody, which he almost did, by the way. in both versions of that movie. Both, like, the entire thing sucked. Aquaman was okay. I couldn't be bothered to give a shit about Aquaman 2. Batman v Superman was dog water. Wonder Woman was good. Wonder Woman 1984 sucked a fat, high, hard one. Like a veiny, turgid monstrosity. Did you say earlier that he thought the kid was a spiritual being? Yes. Yeah, it says it right here. Where are ya? Nope. Nope, that's marketing. Oh, that's why, because I'm on the wrong thing. Shit. That'd do it. Hang on. Gotta go up. I went to Ezra Miller. There we go. Much better. Now... let's see. Here we go, yeah. The child's mother told Business Insider that Miller had known the family since February, had taken an interest in the child because of their style and maturity level, and had offered to start a clothing line with the child and fund their attendance to a design school. The mother also said that Miller considered the child to be a powerful, mystical being who would be lucky to have Ezra to guide and protect them. That's what it was. So, yeah. Ezra Miller's fucking weird. Really, really, really weird. I wouldn't let that person near a payphone. Maybe that's just me. So, yeah. No wonder. Stop making idiots famous. I mean, sometimes you just can't help it. Like, sometimes it just is what it is, and I understand that. But again, that's the DC universe right now in a nutshell. They don't have any idea. They have no clue. So yeah, that's how it is. Anybody else got any videos or anything like that they want to go down the rabbit hole of? I think it's a good rabbit hole day today. What do you guys think? UFO videos. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we got that one. That's 2 years ago. Do filters. Let's do this week. Anything come up? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Are we ready for this? Breaking news. Tsunami warning. Crystal clear UFO video. Oh, boy. Let's do this.
Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. You've got the Cousins brothers, and we've got incredibly...
Seems like as camera lenses have gotten more sophisticated, UFO sightings have dropped. Well, yeah, of course, because it's harder to fake something when it's really clear.
Clear UFO videos for you tonight that will boggle your mind. Now, let's watch the first video coming in.
Ay, 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 me paro de mi asiento en este momento por lo interesante que es este video que le está dando la vuelta a la web. Imagínese usted este chamacón, este chofer que va en el interior de su automóvil. Esto al parecer sucedió en una parte de Sao Paulo,
why are we in
Brasil,
Spanish?
en donde por primera vez el que graba sí hace algo. Tal es el caso, lo repito, de este conductor que se da cuenta de que allá en el cielo hay un ovni.
I didn't touch anything. Why'd we go to Spanish?
Un platillo volador.
Also, wait a minute. Let me back up as much as I really don't want to. Because there's a moment where it's a really clear shot. Why is it blurry? Because these people are stupid and think that digital zoom is the same as optical zoom. That's why. But I saw this for a fraction of a second, and you're gonna absolutely shit when you see what this person is going nuts over. I just gotta find the moment again, so I have to do it dumb and do it frame by frame. Actually, hang on. Let me do this.
Pablo, Brasil, en donde...
Is it just me, or does that maybe look like something attached to a parachute? Granted, we can't see the thing itself, but does that look like a parachute to you, or is it just me? Because it's after he starts to zoom in. There's your digital zoom, which is what's making everything blurry.
Primera vez el que graba sí hace algo. Tal es el caso, lo repito, de este conductor que se da cuenta de que allá en el cielo hay un ovni, un platillo volador, tal como lo estamos viendo en este momento. Y él no solamente se conforma con sacar su celular y comenzar a grabar, porque dijo, no señores, esto no me lo van a creer si ya lo estoy grabando, si me está sucediendo. Arranca el carro y empieza a seguir a este platillo volador. Ojo, revíselo bien. Esto no se trata de un dron, es completamente diferente. Teníamos bastantes años que los platillos voladores no se grababan. Esta característica forma discoidal, no señores. Han salido los ovni cigarro, han salido los...
I don't even know what that is. Hang on. Let's go back. I don't even know what that is, but it don't look like a parachute anymore. But that doesn't mean it's aliens.
Ovnis triangulares, pero en esta ocasión el conductor dijo, claro que lo voy a seguir y hasta donde puede. Vea nada más cómo no se queda conforme y dice, vamos, métele la pata al acelerador y va siguiendo a este objeto volador no identificado que por supuesto no sabemos con qué intenciones vengan. ¿Será acaso que estamos a nada de hacer ese tan esperado contacto? ¿Por qué no se presentan de una vez? Pero un fuerte aplauso y un gran reconocimiento a este jovenazo que en verdad se la rifó.
Yeah. Also, why is it that here's the other thing, and this is the thing that I absolutely love. Why is it that the UFO is following the car? Like, one would think that if you could see something like this clear as day, and let's say this takes place in Los Angeles, I don't know where it comes from. But let's say it takes place in a hyper-populated area like Los Angeles. I don't even know how many people are in Los Angeles. Let's find out. 3.8 million, almost 3.9 million people in Los Angeles. So you mean to tell me that out of 3.9 million people, there's only one person who had a video camera that day and was just willing to look up, and now all of a sudden the UFO is following them? And nobody else got any video footage of this?
Right, we're going to roll this once again. We want to get your thoughts in this live premiere right here at Third Phase of Moon. Good to be with everybody from around the world, and we're looking at something that when we first looked at this video just moments ago, we were we were kind of stunned. We don't see any kind of manipulation. This is one of those videos that are almost too good to be true, but it is. In my opinion, we're looking at authentic, crazy footage right now.
Sir, I don't think too good to be true means what you think it means. Because didn't he just say, this seems like it's one of those too good to be true moments, but it is? So wouldn't that mean that it's too good to be true, which would make it false?
The man really does a good job while driving and capturing the phenomenon here.
No. Okay, first off, if somebody's driving, they shouldn't be on their phone doing anything like this. Second, I would much rather believe, for the safety of everybody in this video, that it's somebody in the passenger seat filming. And third, I don't like the fact that the UFO is just seemingly following the camera. That just seems really, really weird.
It's actually, he's managing to get a pretty good focus. We're going to pull up.
That's not a good focus, sir. What are you talking about? What do you mean that's a good focus? That's not a good focus. What is this? Do we have any idea what this is? Because this is on the ground, sticking up. We can't tell. I know what it is because I've only seen it in focus for about half a second beforehand. But without any context, literally no one's going to know what this is. So how is this good focus? Why would aliens paint their skyship magenta? I don't know.
Clearest images of this sequence here in just a moment. All right, Brett, do you got that file here? Yeah, Blake, let's just pull up that frame right now. We're going to get a good close-up of this. This is badass footage of the phenomenon. Here it is. Look at this thing. It's a clear...
You just zoomed in. It's not going to make it any more clear.
Classic UFO, silver disc, or whatever you want to call it. It's there. This is real. There's no AI going on here, no CGI. This is, again, authentic footage. What are we looking at here, people?
Authentic according to whom?
Okay, we're going to get a close-up. I zoomed it up about 200%. Again, he gets a really good close-up. Look at this thing.
Look at this thing. It's blurry as fuck. Just look at it. It's so blurry. That's fantastic.
All right, guys. Multiple angles. He continues to film. That's what I like about this one.
It's only multiple angles because the car is moving. That's so stupid. Multiple angles. Duh.
Wanted to.
All right, we'll watch that after this.
And he did the best he could. It's almost something straight out of the movies. This is an action chase scene, and
no, it's not an action chase scene. This is you zoomed in on someone else's video, and all we see is sky, building tree, building tree, building tree, building tree, truck, sky, 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 building tree, building tree, building tree, car, 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 telephone pole, trees, building trees, building trees, building.
The impossible, capturing the phenomenon right there. What is this? This is some unidentified flying object that we've been talking about for the past 15, 17 years now. This is some of the best footage I've seen in years. The hues of color seemingly changes from like purple to green and red. here's another still image.
Oh,
that I
boy.
thought was this part really got our eye. Look at this shot right there. Wow. Again, this.
Wow, what?
My God, people, if this isn't a UFO, I don't know what it is. Share this link if you're watching it right now on Third Phase of Moon. Copy paste this link to your social media. Get the word out. Third Phase of Moon just dropped something big. And again, this episode has a lot of crazy stuff. And
I'm sorry, man, but so far the only thing that's been dropped is a turd.
we're going to look at something coming right now. Again, wild ride. Watch. Okay, we got a Skywatcher at night capturing, once again, the phenomenon. But look at the interaction right there. Little enhancement. You see
We see dots.
involvement with one another. These orbs, they're communicating with each other.
How do we know that they're communicating? Exactly how do we know that they're communicating? Let's say, for the sake of argument, that these are two alien UFOs. If one was going on an intercept course into the flight path of another one, it would make sense that without any communication, they go, oh, shit, and then do a loop around. No communication would be necessary. Why are they communicating? How is this communication? How? Somebody please explain to me how this is communication.
Look at that, Blake. It makes contact again, and it seems to. They made some sort of conversation. And it says, "I got you," now, and that thing just took off. Incredible display of the phenomenon.
Where is the communication? I gotcha. What? No.
Right now, as we're watching this with you in pretty much real time, this is
first off, there was no contact, right? We know that there's no contact because it stopped. This is about as close as it ever got. So A, there is no actual contact. No physical contact, period. Second, where the fuck did he get I gotcha from? What, are they playing grab ass in space? Is that what they're doing?
It's real time. This is fantastic footage right here. Okay, something just came in moments ago, and we wanted to share it with you. This is kind of breaking news. Something unusual was captured by the Russians. And Brent's got the exact date, but look at these photographs that have just come in, apparently declassified from Russia. Brent, what's the details on this? Yeah, it's coming in fast, and I believe there's more footage that's just come in, which is pretty incredible. But let's just roll these right now. We're seeing this massive sphere, just submerge into the ocean and leaves its wake and kind of this whirlpool effect, which is amazing. Again, are these real, coming in from Russia, declassified? I believe the year was 1962.
What? Hang on, we gotta find this. I gotta find this. Okay. Russia declassified documents, 1962 UFO in water. I have to see this. That's it. Oh. There's not much here. Right. Viral CIA report. CIA files reveal Soviet UFO encounter that allegedly did a thing. This isn't even the right picture. Originally compiled by the KGB and later obtained by the CIA following the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, describes a bizarre and deadly incident during a Soviet military training exercise in Ukraine. According to the document, soldiers fired a surface-to-air missile at a low-flying, saucer-shaped craft, causing it to crash nearby. Eyewitnesses claim that 5 short humanoids with large heads and black eyes emerged from the wreckage. The beings reportedly grouped together and morphed into a glowing spherical shape, which then exploded in a bright flash of light. The blast allegedly petrified 23 soldiers into stone, leaving only 2 survivors who were partially shielded from the explosion. Oh, okay, so We have no idea where these photos come from, and we can't verify them. Got it.
You know, there's some breaking news coming in. Something
we can do that, Bloop. Absolutely.
Right there in Russia moments ago. Apparently, there's a tsunami heading our way. Right over in California. We're in California at the moment, but our family is in Hawaii. We grew up there, and apparently that is about to strike. But we're looking at this coming in from Russia, and we're following multiple breaking news on the front right here at Third Phase. But Brett, 1962, these photographs, if deemed legit, apparently coming in from Russia, declassified, of some massive orb out there in the ocean.
Well, okay, wait a minute. Why would it just be declassified now if it happened in 1962? Like, the Soviet Union's been over since 1991, right? So this happened roughly 29 years before the collapse of the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union collapsed in 91, so that would be 30 years, 35 years ago. So you mean to tell me that we are looking at 65-year-old pictures, but we can't figure out where they're from? Even though it's all, like, insanely documented and everything like that, because the CIA was definitely there during this whole fall of the Soviet Union. They have a ton of Soviet intel files and stuff like, and literally this is just coming out now? That sounds a little weird.
I don't know. I'm still not 100% convinced on this, but these photographs are compelling. What I like about it, it's just not one photograph where you have a sequence of a bunch of photos. That it would be kind of interesting to fake all of these things, especially if this is propaganda coming out of Russia.
Or it very well could be that they were trying a new submersible technique. Entirely possible.
Still, again, on the fence, but some of these things, like this implosion underneath the surface of the water and this transmedium effect, is very interesting. Yeah, you can see it's off at quite some distance too as it starts to submerge underneath the ocean there. Everything looks fairly legit, and it seems like the ship pulls in a little closer and gets a better vantage point, and then it plunges right there. I do like this photo because the effects, everything looks legitimate, and again, this whirlpool effect is pretty.
Wait, why are you calling them effects if everything is supposed to look if everything is legitimate? Wouldn't that just be what happened? Like, he's talking about this as if, oh, well, this is a Russian movie that never, like, finished getting produced, and the special effects are amazing. It's like, no. If this is supposed to be real, that's just a thing that happened.
Curious. All right, we're getting some more updates. Tsunami alert. Not an alert, a warning going on in Hawaii. The whole state is on alert.
Duh.
The warning is strong. Apparently an 8.7 earthquake just struck off.
Legitimate means 80% non-legitimate. Yeah,
Russia,
pretty much. How you doing, Rainbow?
Its way in approximately.
Yeah, great.
To what's going on in the state of Hawaii. But
no.
Another point, it's 8.8.
No. Okay, rest of the video, yeah, literally rest of the video is him just talking about Hawaii. So he only had two things going for him, and both of them were kind of junk, if I'm being honest. What's this one? Previous page, yeah, that's fine. Okay, is Earth in danger? Mysterious object may be hostile alien spacecraft approaching our planet. Okay. Strange object the size of a small city is hurtling through our solar system, and a team of scientists think it might not just be a comet. In fact, they're toying with a far more dramatic possibility that it could be alien tech, potentially even hostile, hiding behind the sun. The object, officially named 31 Atlas, and earlier known as Apples, or Alples, I don't know, was first spotted on July 1 by a telescope in Chile. Within 24 hours, scientists confirmed it had come from outside our solar system, making it just the third known interstellar visitor ever recorded, according to Live Science. It's not small either. Estimates say it measures 10 to 20 kilometers wide, making it potentially larger in area than Manhattan, and it's tearing through space at over 130,000 miles an hour, or 60 kilometers per second. Over the next few months, it's expected to swing past Jupiter, Mars, and Venus before disappearing behind the sun in late November, out of sight from Earth. Wait. It's expected to swing past Jupiter, Mars, and Venus. Okay, but we are in between Mars and Venus. So wouldn't it pass us too? Like, am I crazy for thinking that? Also, don't we have this little thing in between Mars and Jupiter called the asteroid belt? Maybe it's just me. A new, non-peer-reviewed scientific paper, oh boy, published on July 16th, has turned heads for suggesting that this might not be a comet at all, but an extraterrestrial spacecraft on a stealth mission. It's not doing so well. The study was written by Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb, known for his bold claims about alien life, along with researchers Adam Hibbard and Adam Crowell for the Initiative for Interstellar Studies in London. Okay. They're not claiming this is definitely alien, but they are proposing a testable theory. So basically they're doing, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. In their words, it's an interesting exercise in its own right, worth exploring, irrespective of its likely validity. Still, they warn that if the theory does hold true, the consequences could be serious, even requiring defensive measures, though they admit those might not be effective. Loeb and his co-authors point to the object's trajectory, which is oddly precise. It's moving faster than the last interstellar visitor, Oumuamua, and it entered the solar system from a different angle, which they suggest could offer various benefits to an extraterrestrial intelligence. Or it just came from another part of the galaxy. Maybe that too. Even more puzzling, the object's orbital path is aligned with Earth's within just 5 degrees. Loeb told Newsweek that the odds of this happening randomly are only 0.2%. In his view, this could mean the object is deliberately targeting the inner solar system, something one might expect from alien tech. Which would be fine, but why would you go to Mars and Venus? There's nothing on either. Venus is literally just a giant ball of hot soup. And not even like good soup. It's like pea soup mixed with dog shit. So why would they go there? If you go to Mars, there's even more nothing. But it's not even hot. It's just cold. So they can't be all that intelligent. Sorry. Then there's the route itself. 31 Atlas is set to make close passes by 3 major planets, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter, which scientists say is highly improbable without calculated guidance. According to the Mirror UK, the chances of such a path occurring by chance are less than 0.005%. The timing also raises eyebrows. In late November, the object will pass behind the sun, making it invisible to Earth-based telescopes. Loeb speculates this might not be a coincidence. This could be intentional to avoid detailed observations from Earth-based telescopes when the object is brightest or when gadgets are sent to Earth from that hidden vantage point. Wait, what? Hang on. When the object is brightest, or when gadgets are sent to Earth from that hidden vantage point. So, hope everyone's got their lube ready. There's going to be just tons of just free dildos falling from the sky. That's what's going to happen. Where is it, Bloop? Hang on. The Field of Jars in Laos. Okay. Field of Jars. Laos mystery. Plain of Jars. Okay. Megalithic archaeological landscape in Laos. It consists of thousands of stone jars scattered around the upland valleys. Really? Okay, well, let's look at this. Plain of Jars, Laos. Let's see what they got. Oh boy. Dark 5, Ancient Mysteries.
Western Discovery. Laos, a landlocked country in Southeast Asia, is home to one of the most bizarre historical spectacles archaeologists have ever laid eyes on. Spanning hundreds of square kilometers of rugged grassland is the Plain of Jars, so called because of the 3,000 massive hollow stone vessels scattered across the land, some weighing up to 30 tons and measuring up to 10 feet in height.
Right, but what if it was just a bunch of giants who had a party?
The plain incorporates numerous mountain ridges, forests, and fields north of the Laos capital, Vientiane. In addition to the local Laotian people, these lands are stalked by tigers and other hidden dangers.
Meanwhile, aliens, we get substance A from Venus and substance B from Mars. Kind-hearted alien, oh no, we're not using one of those against them, are we? Yeah, right?
The locals have long known about the Plain of Jars, but their relatively recent Western discovery in the early 20th century prompted archaeologists to try and solve the puzzle of these mysterious stone vessels. French archaeologists were among the first Westerners to study the jars. One, named Henri Parmentier, noted that, while most of the jars were empty, some still contained items, such as ceramic pots, small weapons, and odd trinkets, including glass beads, bronze jewelry, and children's teeth.
Okay.
It was also noted that several contained remnants of human bones. Close inspection finds a few of the jars adorned with primitive carvings of human faces and figures. Laying amongst the monolithic jars are circular discs of stone, presumably lids, which, according to UNESCO, are, quote, also sometimes carved with representations of humans, tigers, or monkeys.
Okay, so first, just initial thing, sounds to me like this is a graveyard. I mean, what do you guys think? To me, this sounds graveyard, right? There are bodies in there. There are, like, other smaller jars inside the big ones that have valuables in them, like whether it be children's teeth or whether it be jewelry or other stuff like that. And you find bodies in there, too. To me, that kind of sounds like graveyard, doesn't it?
One of the enormous jars features an odd frogman carving, a possible reference to, or relative of, the frogman painting at Huashan, China, which contains some of the oldest known cave paintings. Archaeologists initially estimated the jars to be some 2,000 years old, which would make them products of the Iron Age. However, a recent study published in 2021 has revealed that they may in fact be more than 3,000 years old.
Oh boy.
While their true origins and purpose have baffled many academics, historians, and anthropologists, the locals have their own explanations.
Giants.
Giants.
Wow. Yeah, they just had a party. That's all.
The locals of Laos tell of a legend, passed down by the elders from generation to generation.
There were these really big fucking people, and they had a party once, and then they all just decided to go home. There's your theory.
By many of the Lao people to this day. The legend says that Laos was once home to a race of giants, led by their king, Kun Chung, who waged a long and hard war against an evil enemy, ultimately emerging victorious. To celebrate and toast his victory, vast quantities of a rice wine known as Lao Hai would be required. To brew and store the wine, the king of the giants created the huge jars from which they could also drink. One of the greatest mysteries for modern researchers is in the logistics of how an early civilization could have managed to transport such immense and heavy objects from the quarry to their resting place, a journey of up to 10 kilometers, largely uphill. Some might say this supports the theory that the jars were once hewn by thirsty giants.
Better than those. My cousin Willie made those on a drunken stupor. Fair. Totally fair. Indian jars. Okay.
Approximately 500 miles from the Plain of Jars in India is the Assam forest. In 2020, a survey of the region found that the forest contained a number of large stone jars, similar to those in Laos.
Okay. That's a good thing, right?
Mysteriously, the jars being excavated in Assam are made from a sandstone not known to be found near the site. Researchers speculate that the jars may have been dragged great distances, and note that doing so would require a team of hundreds.
Well, yeah.
With the Indian jars being such a recent discovery, archaeologists have barely scratched the surface in their understanding, and they continue to discover more and more of these sites in Assam. They've also found, inside the jars, the impressions of the iron tools once used to carve them from boulders. It is unclear just how much the Indian jars have in common with those found on the Plain of Jars, but it has been noted by some researchers that they too contain cremated bone fragments.
Okay.
The secrets of the Assam region and its monolithic stone jars are yet to be revealed, as are the details regarding how they relate to their Lao counterparts. The Secret War.
Oh boy. We got a secret war.
Study of the jars in Laos has been hindered by the terrible remnants of a little-known conflict known as the Secret War, or the Laotian Civil War. Between 1964 and 1969, the plain was the subject of extended explosive bombardment by the United States Air Force, targeting North Vietnamese and Pathet Lao communist armies in the area. During this period, more than 262 million anti-personnel cluster bombs were dropped.
Yeah.
The damage to the jars was substantial. Many now lay broken or overturned in craters created by the explosives.
Also, wait a minute. Hang on, I gotta go back.
In 1969, the plain terrible remnants of a little-known conflict known as the Secret War.
Okay. I think, and I don't think he's doing this on purpose, but I think, and I could be wrong as well, so just take this with a grain of salt. The reason why this is called the Secret War is specifically because it was funded by the CIA to help stop the Vietnamese from getting supplies from countries like Laos or being able to escape to countries like Laos. I think that's what's going on. I think that's why they call it the Secret War, because unless you were working as one of these people, whether it be Navy fighter, Navy planes dropping bombs, or specialized military people going in there and, helping out or trying to hunt down the VC, or you worked for the CIA in this mission, I'm pretty sure the reason why they call it the Secret War is because it was basically run by the CIA, not because people don't know about it. Because that was in the middle of Vietnam.
Or the Laotian Civil War. Between 1964 and 1969, the plain was the subject of extended explosive bombardment by the United States Air Force, targeting North Vietnamese and Pathet Lao communist armies in the area. During this period, more than 262 million anti-personnel cluster bombs were dropped. The damage to the jars was substantial. Many now lay broken or overturned in craters created by the explosives, and the consequences of this bombardment still loom over the land and its local population today. Of those 262 million cluster bombs dropped, an estimated 80 million did not explode, and many lay on and around the Plain of Jars, posing a fatal threat to anyone who strays off the paths known to be safe.
Don't pick them up.
Movement in the area is heavily restricted by the unexploded bombs. Efforts to clear bombs are slow but ongoing. 7 jar sites have now been cleared, but estimates suggest that fewer than 10% of the jars have been formally investigated. Despite the ongoing efforts to rid the plane of unexploded munitions, dozens of Laotians tragically perish each year. Modern conclusions.
Okay.
Interest in the Plain of Jars has never waned, and it remains one of the most important sites for archaeological research on the planet. Consequently, in 2019, it was named a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. With advanced methods, such as radiocarbon dating, geochemistry, and ground-penetrating radar, modern research continues to reveal more about the jars, their purpose, and their creators. This contemporary research finds that human burials took place on the Plain of Jars, with bodies being buried alongside the jars sometime between 700 and 1200 years ago.
Okay.
This suggests that the Plain of Jars has held ritual significance to multiple cultures over an extended period.
Yeah, it's a burial ground.
It has also been found in recent years that, while most of the jars are carved from sandstone, others are made from much harder stone, including limestone and granite. One working theory, supported by some evidence, is that the jars had a practical use. They may have been designed to catch rainwater during monsoon season, for use by travelers passing through later in the year. A more macabre explanation is that the jars were part of a unique burial tradition. It was customary in certain cultures for dead bodies to be placed above ground to decompose and dry out, allowing the soul to make its transition to the spiritual world before a final cremation or burial. This theory has been lent weight by another recent study, which found 18 more examples of human burial amongst the jars, 60% of which were infants or babies.
Okay.
Undoubtedly, as technology in the field of archaeological study progresses, and as the remaining munitions are cleared,
Whiskey Alley, how you doing?
Will continue to present itself. Perhaps we will one day learn the truth about the mysterious Plain of Jars, whether they're rain traps, burial containers, or drinking vessels for a long-lost race of Laotian giants. Yes, this is a new channel.
Okay.
Subscribe to the new Dark 5 Ancient Mysteries for more of antiquity's greatest tales.
Oh boy.
We created this channel to tell more amazing stories and examine unexplained clues about our ancient past.
Oh. Okay, well, oops. Looks like somebody cut it off. I am actually going to subscribe. I usually subscribe to Dark 5 anyway, so I will, but here's the link. But yeah, so sounds like a burial ground to me. See, even this guy, ancient burial site. It's like, okay, well... What is this? Exploring the mysterious Plain of Jars in the northeast of Laos. Okay. UNESCO World Heritage Site, we know that. Mystery of the Plain of Jars, Laos, part 2 of 3. Yeah, it just, I'm pretty sure it's a burial site. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's just a burial site. Okay, what else we got? What else we got for rabbit holes we can go down? We did artisanal pencil sharpening the other day, which was fucking crazy. We got the massive jars out of the way. Pretty sure it's just a burial site. What else you got, Bloop? Or anybody else? Landscaping. I don't know if landscaping is a rabbit hole, but I can tell you I've done landscaping. I did it for like 3 years and I fucking hated every minute of it. That was pretty awful. That's back-breaking work. It really is. What is this? Uncovering Laos's ancient secrets. Yeah. Right. Sure. Classic lunchbox juices that almost killed us. What do you mean? These were fine. speed up videos of people mowing is hypnotic. Oh god. Hang on, let's see what we got currently. Current popular conspiracy theories. This, oh boy. Include the QAnon conspiracy theory, various claims of the elections, the Great Replacement theory, involve 9/11, the deep state. Oh, none of those are interesting. None of those are interesting at all. Holy shit. None of those are... Like, I was expecting, oh, somebody, you know, there's this new one about flat Earth or something dumb. Those aren't fun ones. Those aren't fun. My obsession right now is getting to Summeroy, Norway. Land without time. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. List of conspiracy theories. I'm almost... Oh boy, I'm... Alright. The disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, which... We're pretty sure we already know what happened with that one. I don't know if the spoiled script from the now drop Marvel movie is a worthwhile one. A lot of deaths. Check it out. It's amazing listening. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, the Malaysian Airlines Flight 370, I'm pretty sure we already know, generally speaking, what happened. It's more the why, but that's about it. Yeah. Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 was shot down over Ukraine in July. This event has spawned numerous alternative theories. These variously include allegations that it was secretly Flight 370, that the plane was actually shot down by Ukrainian Air Force to frame Russia, that it was part of a conspiracy to conceal the truth about HIV, or that the Illuminati or Israel was responsible. What? What? The destruction of Korean Airlines Flight 007 by the Soviet jets in 1983 has long drawn the interest of conspiracy theorists. The theories range from allegations of a planned espionage mission to a U.S. government cover-up to the consumption of the passengers' remains by giant crabs. Okay, have you guys ever heard of the Korean Airlines flight? There is a video on this, by the way. If you haven't heard of it, we should probably check it out. What is this? Also known as SLAP, Secret Large Scale Atmospheric Program. The theory alleges that water contrails from aircraft to chemical. Yeah, that's boring. That's a boring one. This conspiracy theory emerged in the U.S. in the 1960s. The John Birch Society originally promoted it, asserting that a United Nations force would soon arrive in black helicopters to bring the U.S. under UN control. A similar theory concerning so-called phantom helicopters appeared in the U.K. in the 1970s. The theory reemerged in the 90s during the presidency of Bill Clinton and was energetically promoted by writer Jim Keith in his book Black Helicopters Over America. By the 2000s, the term black helicopters became a shorthand for anti-government conspiracy theories that stretched the bounds of credulity, such as those espoused by militia groups and a number of guests of talk show host Glenn Beck. Why am I not so... Oh, what was the name of the fucking... Hang on. Hang on, I gotta look something up here. Fuck. What was it? Not the actual interview. That's not what I want. I was looking for the talk show. Here we go. John Lear. Okay. John Lear is always good for some stuff. Oh, no. Sorry, hang on. What was this called? Oh, yeah, okay. It's John Lear Talks UFOs with George Knapp on the Record. Okay, that's what it is. George Knapp on the Record. Aliens Are Here, UFOs with George Knapp on the Record, John Lear, special part 1, 2, and 3. Oh, shit, we've never actually seen the full thing. Oh, that's cool. Okay. John Lear Knapp. Bud Hopkins on the Record. What is he going about? Bob Bigelow talks to George Knapp about UFOs, August 2019. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. I wanna watch some George Knapp. Let's do it.
Hello and welcome to On the Record. Those of you who joined us last week were probably amazed, as I was, by some of the latest research in the field of UFOs. There is so much to talk about, however, we were unable to fit it all into one program, so my guest again this week is UFO researcher, former state Senate candidate, and award-winning pilot John Lear. Mr. Lear, nice to have you here again.
Always a pleasure to be here, George.
This guy always reminds me of fucking Phil Donahue. Always.
To begin with, we have this concept of the people from other planets as little green men. Are they green from what you know? Are they all the same, or we got different kinds of them?
George, there's at least 70 different species, and probably more.
Damn!
Yes, as odd as it sounds, there are little green men. That's not the ones we usually see, though. We see the little gray ones. They're about 4.5 feet tall. And we see the ones that are called the Nordics. They're about 7 feet tall, look like us, but they're invariably blonde hair and blue-eyed. They're one of the species that we have on ice. One of their crashes we recovered.
Obviously, with different species, they have different motives. I mean, are there good aliens and bad aliens,
good
from what you
aliens
know?
and bad aliens, and all kinds of ways and reasons for interacting with us.
What are some of the reasons? Why would they be here?
Anal. That's one of the reasons. We all know it. They love coming down and just right in there. You know what I mean?
Genetic experiments, trying to... there's a misconception here. People think that our space brothers would bring us, good things and teach us how to get rid of all our diseases. And if you stop and think about it, that may not be the best thing. Because
it's true, because I mean, some of them just want anal.
Had a society without any disease, and everybody starts living 150 years. That creates a lot of problems. So they would not meddle in that way.
You believe, in part, that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, were not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ-12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are in
good old Majestic 12.
Indeed, aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures and in order to get us ready for this release of information.
So to prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
Why don't you take a couple of minutes? Now, you've done as much research on UFO.
Well, okay. Who here has seen the movie E.T. and thought E.T. was cute? Because I don't know about you, but I'm not the biggest fan of the movie E.T. It's a classic, I understand that, but I am definitely not the biggest E.T. fan. Never really have been. And I think he looks like a melted potato. Is it just me? Also, remember, if aliens exist, then it means we are aliens. This is true. Also, Alpa, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. But yeah, maybe it's just me, but I don't know. I didn't think E.T. was all that cute. Does that mean that you also had movies like Mac and Me where the aliens decided that in Mac and Me, because E.T. didn't reach enough audiences, that they had to make it one giant McDonald's commercial? Also, what does that say about Majestic 12? Do they not like disabled people? Because that kid got literally shot through the fucking back when he was trying to get to Mac and Mac's family. And not only that, he also was pushed off well, he wasn't really pushed, but he fell off a cliff going about 70 miles an hour in a wheelchair. Does Majestic 12 not like disabled people? Is that what's going on?
UFOs as just about anyone, I'd imagine, and if you haven't done it, you know people who have. Where did it all start, and how have we put this picture together of where they came from and why they're here?
Well, the whole thing started in July 2nd, 1947. That was the first crash.
First crash of an alien spaceship.
Of an alien spaceship. July 6th is when they recovered it and sent it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. July 7th is when they held the press conference.
Are there aliens that look like Twi'leks? You know what? If there are, I would. I'm just saying, I totally would. 100%.
And told the people it was a weather balloon, which the press bought hook, line, and sinker. September of that year, President Truman established MJ-12, and the purpose of that was to study the saucers and cover up...
E.T. looks like a penis getting strangled by its own foreskin. You're not wrong.
...the existence of UFOs.
And you say we recovered alien bodies from that incident, right?
4 from that particular crash, yes.
And what'd they do with them?
They autopsied them. Dr. Detlef Bronk was the chief surgeon, so to speak. He was the one that named them EBEs. It stands for extraterrestrial biological entities. We captured 3 live EBEs. They were numbered in their order of capture: EBE-1, EBE-2, and EBE-3.
Where did we capture? Where did this happen?
In different crashes. EBE-1 lived with an Air Force colonel between 1949 and 1952.
He just lived with him? What is this, Paul?
The EBEs are kept in an electromagnetic facility called a YY-2. It was designed by a Dr. Eric Wang, who worked directly for Dr. Kissinger, who has been in this cover-up since the very beginning. The reason they had to create an electromagnetic facility is the fact that the EBEs are so advanced, they're at least 500 million years advanced from us, and probably more. They can move by thought.
Move by thought.
And they can also disappear. But they can't move by thought through electromagnetic facilities, so they built this facility.
Wait, isn't that what we do? Don't we move by thought? The body, you go, hey, I need to go get a sandwich, and your brain subconsciously goes, okay, you have to get up out of your chair now. Now you have to walk forward to the door. Now you have to open the door and walk through it. Now you have to walk down the hallway. Now you have to take a sharp right into the kitchen. Isn't that how it works?
There was 2, one in Los Alamos and one either at Edwards or up at the test site.
At Groom Lake, Nevada.
At Groom Lake. Now there's still one EBE still living, EBE-3. And there is a videotape that eventually is going to be released to the public, and it's an interview with him. As hard as that may sound, as hard as that may be to believe, there is a videotape of an interview with EBE-3.
And what is this language that the interviewers are
I haven't seen the tape, so I don't know. But on this trip I told you I took gathering all this information, a guy in Albuquerque handed me 25 secret CIA memos. And if anything can be
he just showed up. Is he like the guy that goes up to streamers and just hands them a can of Dr. Pepper and walks away? Is that what happened? You literally had somebody who fucking stream sniped you before Twitch existed to give you classified documents, and then he just fucked off? What is going on?
These memos, in the body of the text, it said, by the way, EBE-3 wants to see the ocean. We better make the arrangements or he'll disappear again. So while he couldn't get out of this facility, he could make himself disappear and cause him a lot of trouble.
Can they exist among us? Is that what you're saying, or do they have to have this special environment?
They have
to be able
special
to live?
environment, special air. It's my understanding they can only last about 20 minutes in this air.
You were saying also these gray ones are the ones that we see most of the time, and you said that most of that there are a lot of different motives for them being here. The gray ones, what kind of a deal we got going with them? Is that the bunch that you suggest we've made a deal with for military technology?
Well, I think we made a deal with them, and their ultimate, what they want to do is regenerate their own race. Now, apparently, they've either had some kind of nuclear accident, or they're on the backside of a evolutionary genetic curve, and they're going downhill instead of uphill. In other words, in the autopsies, of which I have 2, we found out that their digestive system is atrophied. They can't eat through their mouth anymore. You know how they eat? Well, these cattle mutilations, they take the hormones and the enzymes from those cattle and they spread it on their skin, and their skin absorbs the nutrients and then excretes the waste back through their skin.
If this is how the Greys operate, I don't think I actually want to meet them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey guys, it's dinner time. I'd be like, yo, I'm bowing out. Sorry. You guys, like, you just rip cows in half and just go, and fucking just lather it all over your skin. And then, like, 2 hours later, you're just shitting out of your skin. Like, no, I'm good. I don't want any part of that.
If you read Whitley Strieber's book or listen to him talk, he talks about when he's seen them doing this to their skin, and they're scraping the waste off.
Now, these cattle mutilations, there's been a film made about that, and perhaps in a couple of minutes we can take a look at some excerpts of that.
Yeah, Strange Harvest was a good one, but another thing that happened here on March 4th, there was a documentary released on the best UFO photos that have been taken so far, including 1 minute and 38 seconds of videotape. Now, what happened is in November, this guy took these photos, took it into the TV station. They thought it was great, but nobody would believe it. So they spent 3 months checking the validity of the, authenticating the videotape and checking out the credibility of the witness.
Okay.
When they had it all down, they put out this documentary, 30 minutes. I mean, it's ironclad. They're here. But do you think it got on the network? No, it was just showed locally in Pensacola.
We have some of that, and perhaps when we come back, we can take a look at it. So
You're going to love this. If this is the one I'm thinking it is, this is the one that took place in Pensacola, and I think it's called the Pensacola Lights. And years later, it was found out that basically the guy who snapped the photos, nothing was done to the photos in terms of touching them up. But because he was using a Polaroid camera, it was easy to fake the camera into taking a picture of what essentially is supposed to be a UFO, but what is actually just a paper mache UFO that he hid in his attic that was basically just held on a string and shot in a very certain light to make it look real. That's it. U.S. meat full of hormones, an all-time favorite for gray and human consumption. This is true.
stay with us for more of On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record. My guest again this week is UFO researcher John Lear. John, you say this documentary was put together in Florida recently, and it's some pretty stunning stuff.
Pensacola, Florida, and they've had all kinds of physicists and scientists look at the film. It's absolutely authentic. There is nothing fraudulent about it, and it's really interesting. I just can't understand. Well, I can understand why the networks didn't pick it up, because each one is controlled by a member of MJ-12.
That's quite a claim, but we're going to take a look at the film now and see if it's worth.
Well, that's quite a claim there, John. But we're going to completely skip over that one because we don't want to get sued, and we're going to watch the documentary anyway.
Suppressing.
Gulf breeze.
Things were very normal around the house. Just a normal evening. My wife says she's got to run to the store. Anyway, I'm sitting at my desk. Out the window, I noticed something, a glow. I got up and walked around outside and looked. It just didn't look like a helicopter or an airplane. I realized that it was not something normal. I thought of calling the police, and I said, well, I better take a picture first. I had no feelings I was going to be, hurt or anything. I took 4 shots and ran out of film, and again in my mind, take some more pictures. I ran back in, took the last package of Polaroid film out, opened up and crammed it in there, because the thing's flying around out there, get it quick. It either saw me or whatever, because it started coming. It altered its course. It started coming my direction.
That was November 11th.
It started coming. Ew.
About 6 o'clock in the evening, a Gulf Breeze resident who insists on remaining anonymous took these photographs. Charlie and Doris Summerby say they saw the same thing that night over East Bay.
And suddenly, Dory said, look, what's that, Charlie? I'll be darned. There were portholes. We saw portholes of light coming out of the portholes.
And over the next 3 months, many more pictures would be taken. By different people. And videotapes, too.
And I feel that there's absolutely no sign of a hoax, that the photographs are genuine, that the witnesses are telling the truth, and that this presents probably the best, without any doubt, the best photographic evidence.
See, okay, this is why this is why this one held up for so long, is because they couldn't piece it together. So yes, the photographs are authentic. What the witnesses said is authentic, and they're not lying, but that's because they don't know the whole story, right? So yeah, that's why this one held up for as long as it did.
As this series goes on, we see a lot more of that videotape evidence.
Yeah, there's 1 minute and 38 seconds of it, and it's
pretty interesting, interesting stuff. We've never seen that before, have we?
It's great. And on one morning, he goes out with his camera, and 3 of them show up, and he has a spectacular shot of 3 of them. And on one of the shots, they tip the saucer so that they can see up in the inside in the bright glowing ring of however it's powered.
Take it that's not a weather balloon. The government wouldn't contend it's a weather balloon.
No, that's for sure.
How does the government explain this, or has anyone ever put the question to them?
Nobody's put the question to them because they've still got their stock response is the Air Force quit investigating UFOs in 1969.
What do you suppose that bunch wanted? They knew pictures were being taken of them. Why were they hanging around there?
Wait, how do they know that pictures are being taken? Do they know what a picture is? What?
It's got something to do with what's going on now, and I can't even fathom what's going on. But it shouldn't be too long before we find out.
A lot of stuff has happened in the interim between July 1947 and that incident we just saw. You were going to bring us up.
I was going to tell you that a lot of Air Force pilots and planes have been, the pilots have been killed and the planes destroyed. The first one was the Thomas Mantell crash, January 7th, 1948. He was in a P-51 and he was chasing a flying saucer, ordered to chase one, and he got up to it and said, "Oh my God, it's huge," and that's the last thing they heard of him. 1948 was the second crash of a flying saucer near Aztec, New Mexico. 1950 was the third crash near Laredo, Texas, about 30 miles inside the Mexican border. 1952, we had 2 weekends in a row where the UFOs flew over the Capitol, Washington, D.C., buzzed the White House. Despite pictures and radar confirmations of the objects, the Air Force said it was a temperature inversion.
Now, did this ever make the newspaper back in 52?
It made all the newspapers, but it's been such a fantastic mental programming that we've been forced to forget this. It was in the papers. It was one of the most spectacular UFO events in history. 2 weekends in a row.
In the newspapers, I don't know if you've gone back and looked at the newspapers from that era, but how did the newspaper people explain what it was?
They told the Air Force line it was temperature inversion, but they had pictures of them. And it was just said it was temperature inversion.
And what happened after that? What's next?
The government established an intensive program of ridicule against anyone who said they saw flying saucers. And fear of ridicule was the foundation on which the cover-up was placed. Nobody likes to be ridiculed. And they built that...
There's a theory that they know about electronic optical devices and use some kind of EMP or directed disputing device toward photographing electronics. Can't say whether or not it's true or real, though. I mean, here's the thing. And this is the thing that I love about conspiracy theories is 90% of the time, all you have to do is apply common sense, just a little bit. All you have to do is apply common sense to what the conspiracy theory is and ask one question, and then they have nothing. So I will take this, right, that they know about electronic optical devices and use some kind of EMP, directed disputing device, whatever. Fine. If it's directed, that doesn't account for the millions of other people who would see them all at the same time. And if it's something that they have to direct towards someone, then that means that they won't be able to get everyone simultaneously who saw it. So that means that the only way that it actually is going to work is if nobody else sees it happen, and they can go, oh shit, there's a dude on his cell phone, and they just direct it towards them. So how does that account for the other millions of people that saw the same exact thing? You know what I mean? Like, it just... And then they look... Then if you ask somebody, they've got nothing. And that's what I love about conspiracy theories, is you can easily prove them wrong by just asking one question, because they just don't have anything. And then they have to get, like, more out there, right? Well, I mean, you know, we don't know. Maybe it's an EMP device. Okay, well, if it was an EMP device, then literally every time they flew over and they set off the EMP device, literally nothing would work. We're talking about car engines. We're talking about computers. We're talking about credit card machines. We're talking about radios. We're talking about telephones. We're talking about literally anything and everything that's electronic. It would just be junk. So it can't be an EMP. So if that's the case, then it would have to be a directed thing. But if it's a directed thing, it's only going to work in one very specific instance. So how does that account for the millions of other people? And they just, again, they've got nothing.
So that nobody would talk about it. 1952, Eisenhower was elected. He was briefed by Hillenkotter. Eisenhower, being military, took steps to ensure that the secret was kept. Because of his military background, he made it more military-oriented than, say, a civilian president would have. And it's this, I think, that has let his actions let the real power of the executive office slip through the hands of the president into MJ-12.
And we've got a copy of, I think, outside of that document where Eisenhower is briefed in that.
He was briefed, and he set it up. And interesting thing, in late 53 or early 54, Eisenhower witnessed an alien demonstration of technology and power at Muroc Dry Lake, which is now called Edwards Air Force Base.
How do you know that? How did you get that?
We have witnesses who were there.
Who say the president was there seeing...
The president was there. There's an English guy. He passed away. He either passed away just recently, but before he did, he was the last living person who was present at that meeting. And he said that Eisenhower told the aliens that the world was not ready for him. And nothing happened until the first part of the 60s. Several more crashed in the 50s. In 1960, Kennedy was elected. Eisenhower was the last president to have a full briefing on the alien problem. There was
I don't even know if that Eisenhower doctrine is real or not. Eisenhower Doctrine was a policy announced by Dwight Eisenhower in 57, primarily focusing on the Middle East. It pledged that the U.S. would intervene in the Middle East if any government was threatened by communist aggression. This policy was a response to the growing Soviet influence in the region and aimed to contain communism by providing military and economic aid to nations in the Middle East. Sounds like it is. Specifically, the doctrine stated that the United States would provide military and economic assistance to any Middle Eastern country requesting aid against armed aggression from any country controlled by international communism. and use the armed forces of the United States to protect the territorial integrity and political independence of such nations. According to Wikipedia, the Eisenhower Doctrine was a key component of the Cold War foreign policy, demonstrating the U.S. commitment to containing communism globally. I'd say it's real. I'd say it's definitely real.
Stain of elected officials throughout the intelligence and military communities, and they just didn't like elected officials. So every president since then has not had high enough clearance to know the whole problem. Now they know there's aliens, they know we've recovered saucers, and they know that we're trying to get technology. But there are certain other things which probably only about 25 people on the face of this earth know. Now, on April 25th, 1964, was the first official communication between our government and the aliens. 3 saucers landed there by prearranged agreement. It was filmed by 5 high-speed cameras, 68,000 feet of film. The reason we know this is because in 1972, when they were going to release the first information about UFOs to the public, a very knowledgeable writer, his name was Robert Emenager, was asked by the agency to write a documentary, which he did. And they were going to release this thing, and we had the whole history of the UFOs, and the last part of the documentary was the footage of the saucer landing. But in 1973, when they're ready to go, we had Watergate, and they were faced with 2 problems. Number 1 is they didn't think the public could handle 2 traumatic experiences at the same time, and number 2, they thought that the public would perceive this picture of aliens and spacecraft as a ploy by Nixon to divert the attention from Watergate. So they shelved it. The documentary actually came out. It was narrated by Rod Serling, but instead of the real footage, they had drawings of these flying saucer landing, and they said, Rod Serling says, let's consider an event that could possibly happen in the future or may have already happened. But it did already happen, but what happened then?
I'm jumping ahead of you here, and we can backtrack a second, but the next president after Nixon, President Carter, I remember him as a candidate saying that one of the things he'd like to do when he got into office was to get to the bottom of this UFO stuff, to look into the Project Blue Book files, and to let people know, basically to open it up and let people know if it was a hoax, it's a hoax. If there's something more to it, but he never did that.
No, he said when he was during his campaign, he said, if I become president, I'll make every piece of information this country has about UFO sightings available to the public and the scientists. I'm convinced that UFOs exist because I've seen one. But MJ-12 got to him, and they explained how important it was to keep it a secret.
Wait,
and,
how do we know that MJ-12 got to him? But okay, we got to look up Majestic 12 because it's been a minute since I've looked them up. Majestic 12, also known as Magic 12 and MJ-12 for short, purported organization that appeared in fake documents first circulated by ufologists in 1984, and that some UFO conspiracy theories still claim to have existed. It's not looking good at all. Okay, alleged members. Who do we have? The following individuals were described in the Majestic 12 documents as designated members of Majestic 12. Lloyd Berkner, Detlev Bronk, Vannevar Bush, James Forrestal, Gordon Gray, Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter, Jerome Clark Hunsaker, Donald H. Menzel, Robert M. Montague, Sidney Sewers, I'm not sure, Nathan F. Twinning, and Hoyt Vandenberg. Why would they be picked? I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, in addition to the Roswell incident, the Eisenhower briefing document also mentioned a second crash in 1950. The second alleged crash was in Mexico near the towns of El Indio and Guerrero along the Mexico-U.S. border. Tom Dooley investigated the Guerrero claim for MUFON, but found no evidence of a reported UFO crash. Later in 1996, a document called the MJ-12 Special Operations Manual circulated among ufologists. It is also widely considered to be a fake and a continuation of the MJ-12 myth. Ufologists Linda Moulton Howe and Stanton T. Friedman believe the MJ-12 documents to be authentic. Friedman examined the documents and argued that the U.S. government had conspired to cover up knowledge of a crashed extraterrestrial spacecraft. The name Majestic 12 had been prefigured in the UFO community when Bill Moore asked National Enquirer report Bob Pratt in 1982 to collaborate on a novel initially called Magic 12 and eventually changed by Moore to the Aquarius Project. Because of this, Pratt was suspicious of the authenticity of the Majestic 12 documents. Scientific skeptic author Brian Dunning investigated the history of the subject and reported his findings in the 2016 Skeptoid podcast episode The Secret History of Majestic 12. He cited ufologist Bill Moore's suspicion that, rather than a hoax perpetrated by the UFO community, the papers were actually part of a disinformation campaign of the U.S. government meant to deflect attention from secret Air Force projects. So that's it. That's... Oh boy. Okay. Let's keep going.
He agreed with him because we never heard anything from Carter.
Okay, what else? In between Nixon and Carter, anything?
At the end of the 60s, when then I believe we made a deal, 1973, 1980, were cattle mutilations. 14,000 cattle mutilations all over Canada, United States, South America, and we believe that they used the parts of the cattle for food or genetic experiments. And there was a documentary made by Linda Moulton Howe called Strange Harvest.
Okay, perhaps we can take a short break. When we come back, we can go to that because I think it's a little bit long. We'll be right back. Welcome back to On the Record. The subject is UFOs. We're about to see part of a documentary.
Oh boy.
John, perhaps you could introduce it. It deals with the 14,000 cattle mutilations that happened.
That's right, and we were particularly prevalent around Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. And it was a documentary made by Linda Moulton Howe for the CBS affiliate in Denver.
And let's take a look at that now, a piece of it.
Okay.
Colorado are going to die each year from hard winters, disease, lightning strikes, predator attacks, and other natural causes. But in northeastern Colorado, another favorite spot for the mutilators, Tex Graves, former sheriff of Logan County, insists the 93 mutilated carcasses he investigated were not natural deaths.
We're fine. It's just bones. That's not... No. There.
Footprints,
we're
but
fine.
There was nothing. The animal looked almost horrible, and it was something that I didn't really want to believe then. And there was... we probably had 5 or 6 others before I really did believe something strange was going on. We had one up north where we believe the animal was paralyzed and was alive when it was being mutilated. And at the end, I beat it apart. And it would take a good post hole digger or shovel to dig in like this. It indicated something very heavy had sat down in this area, yet there was no tracks leading from it nor to it. Almost nightly when this was going on, we could pick out a very brilliant, huge, brilliant light in the sky. We had a newsman take pictures of it.
Okay, is that just me? This would be a very bright light, right? But it's not completely spherical, which is like down here, this little star. Wouldn't that just be the fucking moon?
With a very high-powered lens, but all we got out of this was the movement of it and the light showing very brilliant. Several times we observed smaller lights come out of this aircraft and then come down toward Earth.
Oh no, it's coming.
This huge, brilliant light would hang in the air, and then when it would move, it could move up and down, backwards, forwards, travel very rapidly. And after a while, these smaller lights would join up with the larger one, and then they'd disappear.
Lou Gerardo is the chief investigator for the district attorney's office in Trinidad, Colorado. Extraterrestrials are the ones mutilating animals.
He looks like an extraterrestrial, doesn't he? Is it just me? Because I kind of feel like he looks like a fucking extraterrestrial. He looks like somebody is about to blow the whistle on him and he is just an alien in a human suit. and he is shitting his pants.
What do you think the implications are then for this planet?
Throughout the mutilations, all of us involved have been concerned with the possibility of the mutilations going from animals to human beings, understandably. Thank God to this point it hasn't happened. Whatever they're doing with the portions of these animals they are taking, I haven't the slightest idea. There's a reason for it. It's not haphazard. There's a pattern to it. I don't know. I think it's a wait-and-see game. What else can we do? If we do have beings from outer space doing this, with the capabilities to do things like this, what can we as a human race do? If
Fair.
they have the knowledge and the technology that it looks like they have, we're powerless. So maybe it's a wait-and-see game. I can't see anything else to do.
I mean, what are you supposed to do, right? Like, if their whole thing is, hey, man, let's go fuck up some cows and, you know, fuck a farmer, then that's exactly what they're going to do. And the farmer is going to wake up the next day not remembering anything, but his ass really hurts, and he's just going to have a bunch of dead cows. Happens all the time.
Well, he says the mutilations have not gone from animals to humans yet. You agree with that?
There have been some humans. It's a very, very sensitive subject. I'm going to steer away from that. But I will tell you that since the beginning of this year, there have been over 200 animal mutilations on Long Island. It's supposedly a big secret. I know that there's 4 major law enforcement investigators working in plain clothes.
On Long Island, New York?
Yeah, Long Island, New York. We have an investigator working with us who's sending us videotape and keeping us informed of what's going on. So it still is a problem.
And you say it's food. That's what they're doing.
Well, food or genetic experiments, take your choice.
Now, it hasn't gone maybe to the point of where they're mutilating humans, but you do believe there are abductions. And you also believe that at one point there may have been some kind of a clash between American military forces and these UFO
That's one of the stories when we began to discover what I call the Grand Deception was in 1979, and apparently there was some kind of clash. 1983 is the date that I call that we finally recognized that we had made a disastrous mistake, and that's when MJ-12 realized that they were in deep, deep trouble. They had made a deal with these people, and it had not worked out. And now the question was what to do.
You got about a minute left. What would you like to say to people out there to prepare them for it? Now, you've made allusions a couple of times when I've had you on the program that something is coming. We've heard that before, something is coming. Why do you think something is coming? What's coming? And how should we get ready for it?
There's really no way to get ready for it. The reason I think it's coming is because I have contacts within the government that tell me that they're bracing themselves for something, but they're not going to tell us about it. George, maybe the cover-up was in our best interest, maybe not. Maybe the government underestimated the intelligence of the American people and decided we just couldn't handle it. But let me tell you this, the truth is still the truth, and nothing can change that. Not the military, not the government, and not me.
John Lear, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you here, and I'm sure we'll have you back again.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. See you next week with more of On the Record.
Yeah, come on, give me part 2. Yo, that music, though, my God. Okay, that's as high as it goes.
Hello and welcome to On the Record. Flying saucers, extraterrestrials, monsters from outer space. The government has been telling us for years that they're not real. They're weather balloons, or swamp gas, or reflections from the sun, or the ravings of lunatics. But serious UFO researchers say a breakthrough may be very close. Some of the government scientists who worked on the top-secret Project Blue Book are ready to talk. What's more, a series of revealing government documents have trickled out of the federal files, documents that paint a much different picture of the UFO phenomenon. One of the most dedicated UFO researchers lives right here in Las Vegas. His name is John Lear, and he is my guest today. Mr. Lear, thanks for being here.
Okay.
To begin with,
To begin with, could you turn up the fucking volume just a little bit? I've got you maxed, and I can't hear shit. Can I fix that? Volume mixer. No, it's all the way up. We're just kind of fucked, huh? Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Maybe that'll help a wee bit. We're about to find out.
Pilot, captain, have held 17 different world speed records at one time or another. You're a member of the famous Lear family that
it didn't help.
Nevadans are pretty much familiar with, a former state Senate candidate. You don't sound like the kind of guy who would get hooked up in something that a lot of people would say is a bunch of nonsense.
No, it's just by coincidence that I got really interested.
I mean, it's a tiny bit better, maybe. Yeah.
I saw a UFO, and my brother did, and they were very interested. But there was really no, as far as I was concerned, to really look into it until about 2 years ago.
Your father and brother saw them. Can you give details?
My brother saw one. He was flying a P-38 from Phoenix to Los Angeles at night. It just appeared in front of him. He made two turns, 90-degree turns. It stayed in front of him and then disappeared. And my father was flying at night, I believe, over the Arizona desert, and saw one too.
So you got an interest because of the other members of your family. How did you start out?
I had an interest, but there was really nothing I could put my finger on. And like I say, 2 years ago, a friend of mine came through town. We had flown in Southeast Asia together, and he was retiring from the Air Force.
There we go.
He came over, and we started talking about where he had been for the last 15 years. And he mentioned that he had been stationed at Bentwaters. And I said, oh, Bentwaters, that's where the flying saucer supposedly was in 1980. He said, no, John, not supposedly, it was. He said, I don't care if you believe me or not. It landed. I didn't see it because we were confined to quarters, but I know people who did, and I'll give you the names, and if you ever see them,
the fuck?
You know me, and they'll tell you the whole story.
That was weird.
Since then,
Try
I
it again.
ran into one of the security police who was within 10 feet of the saucer and actually saw the 3 aliens get out and go up to General Gordon Williams, who was the wing commander at that time.
There we go.
There was quite a bit of documentation regarding this bent one.
I get how the intelligence community wants to prepare us for alien contact, but I feel using it to steer policy is a bit much. Yeah, no, I'd agree.
Incident. Why don't you go into that a little bit?
There's the Colonel Halt memo that came out under the Freedom of Information Act, and it told about the mysterious lights and beaming down and everything that happened in the forest except the actual alien landings. That wasn't in the memo. And there was also the tape, Colonel Halt tape, forest tape, that he made over a period of 8 hours. And there's a 20-minute segment that we've been able to get a hold of that you can hear him running through the forest and being worried, saying the thing's after us.
Now, why do you suppose that hasn't come out? I mean, this particular incident, why hasn't come out if so many people, and you've told me about this before, have seen it or seen these aliens? Why haven't some of them come forward?
A lot of them have come forward, but they're just not getting any press. It's something that people just don't want to deal with, the press doesn't want to deal with, and people aren't going to listen to something unless Dan Rather or any of your big press people are going to tell them about it.
Okay, except here's the thing, and this is where I think this dude is also starting to smell his own farts. Like he's just starting to huff them. If there was somebody, let's say there was a woman, okay, who was abducted by aliens and abused. I'll put it that way, right? We all know what I mean. And then came back and woke up in God knows where, naked, afraid, not knowing how she got there or anything like that. And then they take her to the hospital and come to find out not only did certain things happen that she can't account for, but there is also DNA that is not human that can be corroborated. I guarantee every news agency would run with that 100%, because then there's your proof, right? Here's DNA that literally does not exist on this planet. And we found it on this woman who has no recollection of how she got to where we found her, has no idea why she's naked, no idea why everything hurts, and the last thing she remembers is being 2 states away at home, and she saw a really bright light, and she's been missing for 7 days. You mean to tell me that wouldn't go like wildfire? Of course it would. The problem is, and the reason why most of these people aren't believed, is because they have no fucking evidence. They go, hey, Doc, I think I got abducted by aliens. Oh, really? Why do you think you got abducted by aliens? Well, I woke up in a field and my pants are down around my ankles and my ass hurts. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, when did this happen? I don't know. Yesterday? Oh, yesterday. Wow, really? What else happened yesterday? Oh, well, me and some of the buddies, we got to drinking and we had a campfire. But when I woke up, everybody was gone and my pants were down around my ankles. And it's like, all right, sir, I think you might have had a really good time and you just don't remember. I guarantee that's like 90% of the shit that's out there.
They're just too spooked. The Air Force has made an art form.
Or he ate some weird shrooms, or yeah.
People who have talked about this thing. They've done an excellent job of covering it up for the last 40 years. George, basically what we're dealing with here is, I'll give you the bottom line.
Okay.
I'm not trying to sell it.
I want to hear your thesis.
I'm not trying to
sell bottom
it.
line.
I'm not trying to promote a lecture. This
Great.
is based on
bottom line. Let's do it.
After intense research in the last year.
Okay. Got it.
I have found out that the government has retrieved between 10 and 15 actual flying saucers. 3 of which have been in perfect condition, 1 of which they tried to fly. They have between 30 and 50 alien bodies in cryogenic storage.
Jesus.
We even have the name of the person whose job it is to show these bodies to the heads of state and the people who are authorized to see them. They represent at least 5 different civilizations.
I can't imagine a Dan Rather or a Tom.
Does this guy just sell stories, or does he actually believe what he's saying? I guarantee he believes what he's saying. His name, oh boy, hang on. There we go. John Lear. Okay. Let's do this. John Lear. I think this is the same guy. Yep, that's him. Okay. We got his aviation career. Oh boy. UFO conspiracy theories before Lear. Since the 1947 flying disc craze, Americans had reported seeing UFOs in the skies, and by 1955, UFO researchers were accusing the U.S. government of a cover-up. In the 50s and 60s, many UFO and contactee groups professed belief in space brothers, benevolent aliens eager to improve life on Earth. During a 1964 hypnotic regression, Barney Hill became the first person to report recollections of gray aliens and alien abductors. By 1973, UFO mythology told of a UFO landing at Holloman Air Force Base. By 1978, UFO mythology included a crashed flying saucer near Roswell. In 1980, cattle mutilations near Dulce, New Mexico were linked to UFOs in popular media. In 1984, ufologist Bill Moore's partner, Jamie Shandera, received an envelope containing film which, when developed, showed images of 8 pages of documents that appeared to be briefing papers describing Operation Majestic 12, a top-level UFO within the UFO group within the U.S. government. Got it. On December of 1987, Lear posted a statement to Paranet, an early bulletin board system dedicated to the paranormal, claiming that the U.S. government has close contacts with extraterrestrials and were secretly promoting films like E.T. and Close Encounters of the Third Kind to influence the public to see extraterrestrials as space brothers. The document was revised on January 14th, again in March, with a final revision dated August 25th, 1988, describing a secret government committee, Majestic 12, making a treaty with gray aliens, only to later realize they'd been deceived by the aliens. there's I guarantee this dude actually believes this. I believe both of these guys have been on Art Bell. I would not be surprised whatsoever. Not be surprised in the slightest.
Call, if that were to come to their attention, a story of that magnitude, that they wouldn't do something with it.
Well, I can't answer that question. I don't know why they don't do it. There certainly is enough evidence based on what I've looked at.
One thing I will give this guy, John Lear, is he, compared to literally everyone else, right, who just tries to make the lie bigger and bigger, here's why I truly believe that he truly believes what he's talking about. And it's because he's not afraid to say, I don't know. Right? Like, you could probably find more than a few crazy people who believe that all of this is real. Like, everything that John Lear is saying is real. And then you ask them a question and they have to further the lie even more to justify a retort to your question. Right? Because they can't, that's how it works. There's no way they can be wrong, because if they're wrong on one thing, then it opens up the door to them possibly being wrong about everything. So I'm pretty, I am 1,000,000% convinced that John Lear 1,000,000% believes everything that he's saying, because he has no problem going, well, I don't know. And sometimes that's literally the best thing anybody can say is, I don't know. I have a crazy idea. And then people go, okay, but how about this? How about, hey, I don't know. It's an idea, though. Right? People are more apt to believe somebody who says, I don't know, than anyone who just always has the answers. Right? Because then you can get into God knows how many different debates and everything like that. And if somebody always has the answers and they come into question and you're questioned about it and all you have are the answers that they've given, then that's it. There's no room for anything else. Why are they called extraterrestrials? Shouldn't they be called non-terrestrials? So hang on. I think what they're, and I see what you're saying, but I want to say I remember something about this. Let me do this. Added to an existing or usual amount or number. So it's an additional. Okay. Now, of, on, or relating to Earth, to the Earth. Okay. So, they are called extraterrestrials, not because they are not of this Earth, but because now they are also on Earth, where they weren't before. That's why they're called extraterrestrials. Which, kind of weird, because I've also heard, and I don't know if this is an actual term, but I actually do like it, non-terrestrial intelligence, or NTI. It came from, or at least I first heard it from the movie The Abyss. But non-terrestrial intelligence, I think, makes a little bit more sense. But they are not on Earth, they are allegedly floating near Earth. I agree, but again, if anything that has been said about UFOs is true, then they would absolutely become extraterrestrials because the U.S. government already has a bunch of them on ice. And supposedly there might still be one left living. So they would be considered on Earth, right? They're just not of the Earth. But non-terrestrial intelligence, I actually like that. I think that describes what they're talking about when it comes to aliens. I think that describes aliens a lot better than extraterrestrials. I like, me personally, I like NTI. I think it makes a lot more sense. Also known as extraterrestrial intelligence, refers to hypothetical intelligent life originating from beyond Earth. If we're talking about aliens, non-terrestrial intelligence seems to fit pretty well. You know what I mean? I like that a hell of a lot more, but maybe that's just me.
For instance, the Linda Moulton Howe documentary in Denver for the CBS affiliate there called A Strange Harvest. Since 1975 to 1980, when she made the documentary, there's at least 9,000 cattle mutilations. Now, the government said that the mutilations were normal. Your desert predator did these. But they weren't. The mutilations,
I think we have a picture of these somewhere. Maybe we can see that as you're talking.
Oh, God. I thought it was the mutilation.
In the cover.
E.T.?
Nope.
No.
I don't know that we don't, but that doesn't prove necessarily that it's E.T.
No, except that there's usually a visual sighting of a flying saucer or a strange light at each one of these sightings.
Okay, you mentioned the saucers and the bodies. Now, what kind of proof do you have that is true? How do you know that?
Well, let me take a look. Let me read to you first what the Air Force says about the bodies. First of all, I'm going to read from the Introductory Space Science, Volume 2, Department of Physics, United States Air Force. This is Chapter 13, Unidentified Flying Objects. Now, this is what the Air Force has the students at the Air Force Academy read. And it says, the most commonly described alien is about 3.5 feet tall, has a round head, arms reaching to or below his knees, and is wearing a silvery spacesuit or coveralls. Other aliens appear to be essentially the same as Earthmen, while still others have particularly wide wrap-around eyes and mouths with very thin lips. And there is a rare group reported to be about 4 feet tall, weight of around 35 pounds, and covered with thick hair for clothing. Members of this last group are described as being extremely strong. Now, I'm not making this up. This is an Air Force. You can pick out an Air Force physics book and read this stuff.
That's true.
At the end of the chapter, they go on to say, this leads us...
What's the video bloop? Apparently the IRS has documents on aliens. Oh, God. Oh, so what I was going to say. We looked this up, by the way. Because we saw I think this is part 2. I don't think we've ever seen part 3. But we did look up this manual. So he is quoting it out of context. Yes, all of that is in there. However, in context, it is talking about people who claim to have been visited by aliens. This is typically what their responses are. That's what it is talking about. Can I post a link? It's to the IRS website, redacted. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. But that's the actual context of the thing. Let me see. What is this bloop? Hang on. Oh, that's still a 200. Holy fuck. What is this? With a man who claims he was abducted by alien. Oh boy, yeah, we'll definitely watch that. IRS.gov. What is this? Oh, come on. There we go. Just took a second. We consider your application for recognition of exempt from federal income tax under Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code and have concluded that you do not qualify under that section for the reasons herein set forth. You were incorporated under the laws of the state of blank and wherever for the purpose, as stated in your articles of incorporation, to further the development of human potential through exploring new boundaries and territories of our existing paradigm. It is stated in a narrative description of your purpose that you are acting as a vehicle for the dissemination of the message of the Pleiadians. To quote from your literature, the Pleiadians are a collective of extraterrestrials from the star system, the Pleiades. The Pleiadian culture is ancient and was seeded from another universe of love long before Earth was created. They have formed a tremendous society which operates with love, with ideas and ideals that we are yet unfamiliar with. The Pleiadians call themselves our ancient family because many of us come here from the Pleiades to participate in the new experiment of Earth. The Pleiadians are now here as ambassadors from another universe to help Earth through her difficult transition from the third dimension to the fourth dimension, and to assert each of us in our personal endeavors of awakening, remembering, and knowing. What the fuck? You are the successor to the sole proprietorship of business that had the same purposes and conducted the same activities that you presently engage in. Blank is your president, executive director, and trustee. It is asserted that whatever communicates directly with the Pleiadians, and through her, their message is brought to someone. Individuals who participate in your activities. She does not see the Pleiadians, but senses their presence. Through these channeling sessions, the experience of communication with other than physical forms of intelligence occurs. The Pleiadians' message is one of working and living in harmony so as to create a planetary role model of behavior. Oh my God. What? That is so funny. And they literally break it all down. They're just like, no, fuck you, lady. Or fuck you, whoever. You're not 501c3. That's actually awesome. Tax money hard to work. Yeah, well, hey, even the aliens got to get paid, right?
Believe in the unpleasant possibility of alien visitors to our planet, or at least of alien-controlled UFOs. Now, the picture that we have of the big head that the Air Force describes, this picture was drawn by an Army surgeon. These are one of the bodies that was recovered in the famous Roswell incident of 1947.
Tell us about that.
It was the first flying saucer that crashed and was recovered by the Army. It was covered up. There has been several books about it. They recovered 4 beings, and one of the surgeons that was responsible for the autopsy drew that picture and came up with some of these interesting things in the autopsy. I'll just read a couple. 3.5 to 4.5 feet tall, 2 round eyes without pupils, no earlobes, nose is vague, neck described as being thin, arms is described long and thin, reaching down to the knee section. You can see that there was a webbed portion in the hands, no teeth, no apparent reproductive organs, brain capacity unknown, colorless liquid prevalent in the body without red cells, no lymphocytes. And there's more in that particular report.
This is an autopsy report. Now, you said the government goes to great lengths, the Air Force in particular, to discredit this kind of stuff. Where did this come from? How did you get this?
That came in a private, that came from the private collection of Leonard Stringfield, who was one of the premier researchers. He worked for the Air Force in the early 50s.
I'm pretty sure we looked up Leonard Stringfield before as well. Hang on. I'm pretty sure we did, but now I have to do it again. Yeah. We looked him up. Yep. He was a director of civilian research interplanetary flying objects, or CRIFO. Published a monthly newsletter, Orbit. In 1957, became public relations advisor for the Civilian UFO Group, National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP, under the direction of Donald Keogh, a friend since 1953. From 67 to 69, Stringfield served as an early warning coordinator for the Condon Committee. During the 70s, he wrote a number of books about alleged recoveries of alien spaceships and alien bodies. He served as a UFO researcher advisor to Grenada Prime Minister Sir Eric Gary. Privately, Stringfield works as Director of Public Relations and Marketing Services for Dubois Chemicals, a division of Chemd Corporation, Cincinnati. He self-published status reports on alleged UFO crash retrievals until his death. He died in 1994 after a long battle with lung cancer. After all this, we better play some abiotic factor. Oh boy.
In a secret project reporting UFOs. Then as a civilian, he continued his private research, and this is out of his collection.
Why does the government want to hide this? Why doesn't the Air Force just come forward? Why doesn't, why don't they level with us if this is all true?
Well, there's not really much they could say based on what I've been able to find out. George, they're really, what could they say about it? They've been researching it for many, many years, and based on my information, let's say that the president decided to make an announcement. This is, if he made it today, this is what I think that he would say. My fellow Americans, I come to you before you tonight with an announcement of great importance. Despite all our denials, flying saucers do in fact exist. Where they come from, we do not know. Who is in them, we do not know. Where they are from, we do not know, nor do we know how they got here or what they want. We are unable to duplicate any of the metals found on the several craft we have recovered, nor are we able to figure out how they are propelled. We have hidden these facts from you over the past 40 years in hopes that we could give you more answers. Unfortunately, we are no closer to answers today than we were 40 years ago. God bless you all.
In other words, you find it highly unlikely that the president would ever make a statement, anything like that?
No, it's just, it's too big. It's the problem is not only just the fact that there are five and as many as 10 different civilizations visiting us. Apparently, and this is from the research that I've done, at least 90% of them are hostile. And when I say hostile, if not hostile, they have a completely different set of morals than we do.
Okay, I'll tell you what, we're going to come back to the president and aliens.
Oh,
because
boy.
There have been some statements made by presidents, including President Reagan. We'll be right back.
Hang on, Blue.
Welcome back. UFOs, are they real? We're
There we
talking
go.
with John Lear on the subject. Mr. Lear mentioned a couple of minutes ago about what the president might say about UFOs. Do you believe that various presidents have been informed about what you believe to be the truth on UFOs?
Each president has been informed up to and including President Reagan. I'm not sure to the extent they are informed. Privately, I don't believe they are giving the full briefing. The people that control this information is a organization that we know of as MJ-12, and they're top group of military and scientists. And I do know that when the president becomes president, it takes at least 3 or 4 months before he actually gets the clearance to know everything there is. Now that doesn't mean they tell him, but it does take 3 or 4 months to get. Now talking to the president, let's talk about what the president has actually said. Has he mentioned anything about aliens?
Oh boy.
President Reagan?
President Reagan on December 4th, 1985. This is a copy of the speech from the White House just before he went over to Iceland. He says, I couldn't but one point in our discussions privately with Secretary General Gorbachev, when you stop to think that we're all God's children, wherever we may live in this world, I couldn't help but say to him, just think how easy his task and mine might be in these meetings that we held if suddenly there was a threat to this world from some other species, from another planet outside in the universe. We'd forget all our local differences that we have between our countries, and we would find out once and for all that we really are all human beings here on this earth together.
He couldn't be just making a supposition for purpose of making a point? You're saying he's trying to tell us something?
Well, here, 1 week ago at the 42nd General Assembly in front of the UN, September 21st, he says, in our obsession with the antagonism of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside, universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force not already among us? Now, this is right out of a White House speech. I'm not making this up.
What did he mean by this alien force? I mean, does it say? Does he go on to say something?
Yeah, he says, what could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our people than war and the threat of war?
I see.
But the point is, why would he even bring up aliens? I mean, it's it's pretty far out for the president of the United States.
It's not. Ronald Reagan was an actor. Like, what? No, he was. Okay. Ronald Reagan was an actor. He had been an actor, and for the longest time, nobody thought he'd do well in politics at all because he was only an actor, right? He literally predates Arnold by about 50 fucking years when it comes to political careers, right? Not that hard, right? His whole thing was to literally play make-believe for a living. So, not that hard for him to have an imagination, right? Also, pretty sure, watch this. While Ronald Reagan is known to have been interested in films and television, there's no strong evidence that he was a particular fan of Star Trek. Themes that align with Star Trek's optimistic view of the future were mentioned by Reagan. Okay. NASA was directed to develop a permanently manned space station. Within a decade, Reagan spoke of following dreams to distant stars, living and working in space for peaceful economic and scientific gain. A phrase inspired by the science fiction film Back to the Future was used in the State of the Union address. The phrase, "Where we're going, we don't need roads," conveyed a message of American ingenuity and boundless possibility. Although these sentiments align with the hopeful future, okay, that's fine, right? There's no direct evidence to confirm he was a viewer or admirer of the show. He was impacted by other TV shows and movies, such as The Day After, which changed his views on nuclear war. Imagine that, an actor looking at different forms of media and going, holy shit, there's some good points here. Like, come on. You know what I mean?
To be mentioned, threats from outer space.
Okay, what about President Carter?
President Carter, we have the quote from Carter when he was during his election campaign. "If I become president, I'll make every piece of information this country has about UFO sightings available to the public and the scientists. I am convinced that UFOs exist because I have seen one."
Jimmy Carter says he saw one.
That's Jimmy Carter. He saw one in
But
1973.
he didn't tell us, did he?
He doesn't. The pressure is enormous on these people to cover this stuff up.
How can that be? Are they afraid of a panic? That people would panic?
There's the panic problem, and there's also the problem that, in fact, in Cro-Magnon man, there may have been some tinkering to make us what we are today. And
okay, question for you guys. I just need complete honesty. Let's say that later on today or tomorrow, depending on exactly, what time it is for you guys. Let's say that the governments from around the world all planned to have an address simultaneously for their people, right? And within that address, it states aliens are real. Flying saucers are real. The technology out there is real, and yada, 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 right? It's all real. Would you be excited, or would you be shitting your pants scared and running for your gun so you can just mow people down? Because, you wouldn't care. Fair enough. Totally fair. My point is I feel like there's probably more people who would be interested that aliens are real, or, like in Mongo's case, not care one way or the other. There would be a hell of a lot more people like that than there would be people who are just like, oh my God, aliens are real. God damn it, get my gun. And then they just start shooting people left and right for no fucking reason. Right? I think there'd be a lot more people who could sit there and just be like, Hey, man, listen, great, aliens exist, fantastic, I gotta be at work in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? That'd be cool, but unless I met one, I'd be indifferent. I mean, that's totally fair. Absolutely. It would be cool, but I'm still going to go to work and still going to pay. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Right? So, I mean, unless there's a thing, right? And we become like the Star Trek utopia, right, where there is no more such thing as the acquisition of wealth and all goods and services, whether they be luxury goods or necessities or whatever, they're all taken care of, and we got food replicators, and there's no more want for having to tear up the fucking tear up like massive parts of the country or massive parts of the world, with the exception of doing it just because people need housing, which now we can put up instantly. Unless shit like that happens, I guarantee most people are going to be like, oh my God, that's so awesome, aliens exist. Or they're going to be like, all right, cool, but I still got shit I got to do. I really feel like it'd be those two more so than it would be people just having 6 heart attacks while they're on a drug-fueled rampage. And, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Been borne out by several researchers. We couldn't have developed exactly the missing link. Something had to happen to get us going. Between 4,000 and 8,000 BC.
Who's killing people because of aliens? So this guy, John Lear, he's stating that the government believes that if they were to come out and state that yes, aliens exist and the craft are real and all that shit, that there would just be literally mass panic. And we all know how mass panic goes, right? You have riots, you have things being lit on fire, you have people going out on shootings for no fucking reason, cops are getting pushed back, people are getting injured, people are dying, and so on. That's what they think would happen. That's what John Lear is saying. That's what they think would happen because apparently people are just that fucking stupid, right? Now, although I can't disagree with people are just that fucking stupid, when it comes to news that, oh my God, we're not alone anymore in the universe, I think there'd probably be a lot of people that were either like, hey, listen, I'm stuck in a traffic jam. That's the only reason why I can even hear aliens exist right now, right? I'm trying to get to work. Or you'd have people who are just like, wow, this is so fucking awesome, and this and then we can all have a party about it, right? I believe there'd be more those two groups of people than the people that would just lose their fucking minds and go absolutely psychotic. Aliens definitely existing doesn't detract or change my existence, and knowing that I would be more skeptical that the meaning of aliens finally exists, because not only people would go crazy, maybe even the nation would change. I mean, fair. There's probably a really high chance there's intelligent life on other planets. They probably just do not have the means to travel in space. Even if they could, what are the odds they'd find? Well, no, that's true. Absolutely. Let stupid people mass panic. I honestly, I don't even think most people. I think it'd come down to either most people aren't going to care, or most people aren't going to care with a bunch of people who are excited, or it's the other way around, where you have the majority of people who are really excited and a bunch of people that don't care, versus just having people riot in the streets and light everything on fire and shoot each other up. And I highly doubt that last scenario would happen. Ironically, America will still believe they're the only people in the universe. Probably. Smart people equals would not care, but would try to take advantage of now known, aka cults. Well, no, because cults, I think it depends on the cult, in all honesty. I really do. And see, and here's the other, yeah. Also, remember, Earth is very young relative to our galaxy, so Earth is not even observable yet for the majority of the galaxy. Yes, this is true. And everything you guys are saying is absolutely true. Now, the smart people would not care thing, I don't think that's accurate, right? You have some of the smartest people in the world working for places like the U.S. government and NASA, and especially those who are working for the Space Force or NASA or other organizations whose literal job it is to try and find extraterrestrial life. I mean, I'm pretty sure they'd be really excited. You know what I mean? So I think that you'd have a lot of people who would really care, and I think they'd really care in a good way. That's, in all honesty, that's what I think, right? Either that or they just kind of be indifferent to it.
Going along and for hundreds of thousands of years not doing anything, all of a sudden, bang, we started making pottery, invented the wheel, invented fire, and everything took off. What was the key that did that? I don't know, but it causes one to think.
You mentioned a couple of minutes ago before the break that you think 90% of these visitors are hostile. What makes you think that?
Well,
doesn't fit with what we think of as ET, you know?
Anal.
If you read several of these books that are on the newsstands, one is called Intruders, one is called Communion. They apparently come down, and when I say apparently, this is taken from 300 hypnosis cases. A friend of mine has done 140 of them, and the people are abducted. They're taken up into a saucer, usually lasts about an hour. They do all kinds of experiments. They give them shots, they poke them, they cut them.
Okay, you know what this sounds like? This sounds like the sober version of the drunk guy at the bar. I was like, yeah, I was in Desert Storm, you know? Oh yeah, you were in Desert Storm. Yeah, I was in Desert Storm. Really? What'd you do? I can't really talk about it. It's classified. Well, what do you mean it's classified? Well, I mean, I did some things, right? Oh, well, what did you do? Oh, I mean, I was in an F-18. You were in an F-18? Yeah, I was in an F-18. Okay, you were the pilot? Yeah. Right. What branch did you say you were in? Oh, I was in the Army. Oh, so you were in an Army naval plane. Well, I mean, there's some things I can't tell you. I literally have to kill you if I talk. Like, that's the kind of conversation it sounds like we're having with John Lear, but sober. The world is full of cigarette-smoking men, yes. And I still have yet to meet one.
They do all kinds of things, then wipe out their memory and send them back. Only after several months of some psychological problems do they end up going to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist, on trying to find out what the problem is, in the use of hypnosis, finds out that this person has been abducted.
Okay, except hypnosis is still to this day a fringe thing because it cannot be verified whether the quote memories that they are having are natural or whether they are constructed in some way, shape, or form by the person that is doing the hypnosis. Second, hypnosis is not very reliable because it relies on the fact that somebody wants to be hypnotized in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, you basically described every Sean Ryan podcast. Fair.
What's the reason for that? What are they trying to learn?
There's three things that they're trying to do with these abductions. The first thing is they're trying to monitor us. It started in the early 40s, and they'd put a little unit, very small BB-type object, way up in the backside of the brain, and they'd leave.
Yeah, well, tell that. Yeah, small object. Yeah, tell that to the guy who got fucked in the ass and left in Snowflake, Arizona. I'm sure he didn't feel it was a tiny object, especially if it had to go from the asshole all the way to the brain.
There for about 18 years. They'd pick them up and put it in about 4 years old. About 12 years old, they would pick them up and monitor it. Then about 18, they'd take it out. The second thing they did is they put a post-hypnotic suggestion. According to many of the people that have been hypnotized and we found out what they've told them, Apparently within the next 2 to 5 years, there is going to be a big event. Something enormous is going to happen. And these people who have been abducted, and there's probably over 100,000 of them, have been given some place to go and something to do.
I think this took place in 1987, so he said give it 5 years, that'd be 1992. 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. There's your big thing. The lack of eye contact is concerning, yep.
But under our best hypnotic techniques, we cannot find out what it is.
So how do we know that that's true?
Because they said they're going to do something. They know that they're going to do something, but under the hypnosis, they can't find out exactly what it is. And the third thing that they do is genetic experiments. They've been crossbreeding. There's a very good book out now called Intruders, written by Bud Hopkins, and it's about a crossbreeding experiment with a girl in Indianapolis. And they actually, the big head, what we call the big head in research, the little 3.5 foot tall with a big head, they crossbreed that with this girl in Indianapolis, and there were 7 children. And just last fall, before the book was published, they brought the oldest and the youngest to show to her, and they let her name all 7. Now, this book has been thoroughly researched by Bud Hopkins, and although it sounds strange, believe me when I tell you, you may not find out in a month, a year, 5 years, or 10 years, but you'll look back at what I'm telling you now, and you'll say to yourself, my gosh, the son of a gun was right.
Or I'm going to sit there and go, yeah, no, supposedly the lady named her the third eldest Glip Glorp. Like...
Well, where's this girl now? She's just living on a farm?
She lives in Indianapolis. She lives in town, or just outside of town. She just got married. Bud went to her wedding. We all know who she is. She gets along, just fine. It doesn't mean, just because she was abducted and gave him children doesn't mean it was the end of the world. It was just a part of her life.
What?
Why don't we see a lot of photographic evidence, as many cameras and video gear? Why don't we see a lot of that?
There are a lot of
it. Before you go on, I know the pictures that we showed in the beginning of this program, you say they're baloney, they're phonies.
That's right. The pictures you showed at the beginning were called the Myers incident. It's called the visitors from Pleiades. And any ufologist worth his salt knows, and who has researched that case, knows that he cannot back it up with the negatives and the essential information to prove that something like that happened. So we look at that as suspect.
So in other words, you run into your share of phonies as well in your research?
Absolutely. There's not that many, but there are a few out there. There's so many people that have real stories to tell that we're just so busy with those. For instance, let's take the November 17th Japan Airlines incident.
I'll tell you what, we're going to take another break, and we'll do that when we come back. Stay with me.
If that's literally the incident that I think it is, oh no, sorry, it's not Japan, it was Korean Air. Never mind.
Welcome back. We have a few minutes left with John Lear. We're talking about UFOs. You're about to tell me about the Japanese airline incident. It's probably something that's still in the memory of our viewers.
Yeah, the Japanese airline incident was a cargo 747 that had taken off from Iceland flying to Anchorage. And as he passed over the United States border and the northern part of Anchorage, he was intercepted by a UFO that was twice the size of an aircraft carrier, and he was followed by 40 minutes. He made a complete 360-degree right turn. He made a descent of 5,000 feet, and the thing stayed with him. Regardless of what you hear, the FAA did have him on radar, and so did the Air Force. If you have a picture there, this is a 26-page document made by Bruce Maccabee, who's a physicist employed by the Naval Surface Weapons Laboratory and one of the most respected figures in ufology.
I don't think we have that picture, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm just going to hold it up here, and you can see the size of the 747 to the UFO. Now, the UFO was not brightly lit like that. It's just made like that for reference. It was dark, but this is what he saw beside him.
Well, whose rendition is this?
This is the captain's. This is from the captain's rendition when he was debriefed by the FAA. Now, certain UFO debunkers have said what he saw was the planet Jupiter. Well, this is an insult to all transport category captains around the world. I mean, the guy knows the difference between something that's twice as big as an aircraft carrier and the planet Jupiter.
I've also heard that it's the reflection of his own plane.
What the radar?
Yeah,
that was an attempt to describe it. You can't imagine what pressure these people are under to cover this stuff up. It's tremendous pressure. It really is.
Okay. You were going to tell me that the church, did you want to go further into the JAL incident?
No, I just want to say that's a 26-page report. It had the captain and the ATC conversation. It had the radar plots, and it had the Air Force plots and the FAA radar plots. There was no question about it.
You want to tell
the
me?
thing followed him.
The church, what do they think about UFOs?
Well, here's a copy from the London Evening News, July 21st, 1987. And it says, "Prepare to meet thine aliens. Vatican theologians have acknowledged that there could be life on other planets. Now they plan to train missionaries capable of working in space and meeting aliens. Jesuit scientists at the Vatican Observatory in Frascati near Rome have reported moving lights and other identified phenomena in the sky. Starting in September, the Vatican University will have a special UFO section."
You've said before you thought a lot of their intentions were hostile, and you've mentioned before that a lot of the sightings are around military bases. Why don't we see them here, Las Vegas? We got a lot of military bases here.
Well, in fact, there have been a lot of reports of UFOs in and around Las Vegas, not specifically over the Air Force bases. We have the test site, and of course we don't know what's going on there, and we have Nellis Air Force Base, but there have not really been a lot of sightings over there. The main Air Force sightings were
this
in
guy's
1975,
insane.
and the UFOs descended on every Strategic Air Command base guarding the perimeter of the northern United States. And they hovered over the nuclear weapons storage area, and they stayed there with impunity for up to 2 and 3 hours over a period of 3 days.
And nobody heard about it?
Well, there was a few reports, but you really don't. I have a report 150 pages long of the F-106s that were sent out to chase them, and the helicopters, and notifying the Canadian authorities, and the security patrolmen that were sent down to actually see what was going on, and they'd come up on these things, and they'd say, "I'm not going any further."
You think maybe it's a top secret area, if the Air Force actually does have them, maybe they got him here?
I'm certain they do. Up at the test site, there's a report that of the 3 that they got in perfectly good condition, at least 1 is up at the test site and has flown, and 1 was being flown as of 1981.
Oh boy.
By us, yeah.
We mentioned at the top of the show that perhaps a breakthrough might be coming, that some of these people from MJ-12 or from the Project Blue Book who are in on the government's research and who saw some of this stuff might be ready to talk. We got about a minute left. Why don't you tell me about that?
It's our information that part of MJ-12 wants to release it, part of it doesn't. We're hoping that we can do this, but of course, as researchers, we're not aware of all the ramifications. We just know of what we're looking at. So we would like to see them release it, but we really don't know if they are.
Okay, John Lear, it's been very interesting. You keep us posted.
Sure will.
Thank you. We'll see you next week.
Oh, John Lear. John Lear, you are a fucking goofball. Hang on. Let me, where the hell is the thing? Volume master. Yes. I had to turn it up by a lot, actually. Holy shit. There we go. Enable dark mode. Oh, thank God. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're good. Now we can do this.
October in the quiet Mississippi town of Pascagoula, 2 local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site.
Oh, no.
And of being taken aboard by 3 unearthly creatures. The 2 men were questioned under hypnosis and lie detectors, but their story remained intact. One of the men suffered a nervous breakdown and is still under treatment. Among the skeptics were Ralph and Judy Blum, already at work on a UFO book. With W5 last week, Ralph and Judy returned to Pascagoula.
She's easy on the eyes. What's going on, Dagger?
This book, it came to us to be written. Suddenly, we were in a wave of waves. UFOs were being seen across the country again. We were in what they call a flap. And people began experiencing things that they couldn't explain. Something was happening in our skies in the midst of Watergate, Agnew, the energy crisis, the Middle East. Something was happening and people couldn't understand what it was. We spoke about UFOs, but nobody really knew. And then it hit right here where we are. It hit Pascagoula. Charlie Hickson entered the news and we had a book to write.
Oh boy.
Something happened October of '73 that would go down in history. The spaceship came with many blue lights, set down near them in the night. 3 little men came out and took him inside. They looked him over with one big eye. They say what they saw was the real. They know they were the ones that saw the Pascagoula UFO.
We were sitting on the other side of the pier with our feet, you know, over toward the river, fishing in the river. And the fish still wasn't biting, so I told Calvin, I said, well, you know, we might as well go home. But I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound. And when I turned around, in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, there was some kind of craft, you know. It looked like it was going to come right onto the ground. But it came on down and hovered about a foot and a half or 2 feet off of the ground. But we didn't know what to do, you know. The river behind us and that out there not knowing what it was. So, and then before we had time to really do anything, it seemed like an opening appeared. Toward the end, it was, you know, toward us. And the blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, you know, approaching the ground, but then they went out. And when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
Sheriff Diamond, can you tell me just
what happened
that night?
No, sir, I can't. All I can tell you is there was 2 men came into the sheriff's department approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock. They were all excited, upset, wanting to climb the walls, hysterical, crying. That's actually all I know is what happened. I mean, as far as me seeing what happened, I don't know.
Of course, we could see them in the opening coming from, you know, when it started out to craft. But
Did you think it was people coming out at first?
Well, they had. I kind of thought it was people at first, you know, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life.
Oh boy!
What did you see?
Well, they were shorter than me. I'd say about 5'2" or 3, and they didn't have a neck. Their head, it seemed to come directly to their shoulders, and they had something that came out to a point about where a nose would be, and on each side the ears. And I believe that they looked like they were a little longer on the ears than the nose.
But still pointed the ears.
They were still pointing, yes.
But since I was down there, and since I was a physician, and several other scientists and investigators were asked to consult and look into the situation, I was asked if would I mind if I would be present, and I said I wouldn't mind at all. And while it is still very difficult for us to believe that a spaceship landed and that robot-type creatures came out and actually took these 2 people.
Wait, where did we get robot-type people?
These men, in my opinion, believe that they saw this and that they were being honest in reporting what they have reported.
But it seemed to me when they came out that doorway, or that opening, or whatever it was, then just almost instantly, they were right there on us. And their arms, they had arms, and I saw the arms moving here and in the shoulders, but they had webbed. I mean, their fingers were webbed, and then they had something like a thumb, and they were like this.
We questioned them at length, and then we left the room and recorded every all the conversation they had. Recorded between the 2 of them. And one of them kept wanting to pray. And he said, after all I went through on this earth, I said, why should I have to see something like this?
Calvin Parker, I was questioning him, and at one time he wanted to climb the wall. That's how nervous and how shook up he was.
They had me one on this arm like this, and on the other one, you know, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height they were off the ground, and we just moved into the craft.
Now inside, how did they lay you out? Do you remember how it happened?
Yes. I didn't see any tables or chairs or anything in there. I'm not saying it wasn't in there because the
And they
light was
proceeded to
almost
probe
on,
him,
but
yeah.
I didn't see any. And when they carried me inside, they seemed to just lean me back, you know. And this eye, well, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up to in front of me about this close. And it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. And it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving over my entire body. When they brought me from the craft along this area here, and they didn't drop me, you know, they just released me back to the ground. And I fell. I don't know why my legs were weak. I don't know why it was the fright or what it was, but I fell onto the ground. And that's when I seen Calvin. He's standing right over here in this area, and he was standing facing the river with his arms outstretched like that, just like he was staring at something.
Tell me about the lie detector test.
Well, so that was run by Pilkington. Was it Pilkington?
Pennington.
Pennington.
That they run this type of test about 6 times a day. And when they were asked to come over here to talk to these people, they had in their mind that it was just a big joke. And if I understand it correctly, they ran one test on Mr. Hickson. The machine showed that he was telling the truth. Then they run another one. And then the examiner, he began to wonder himself. So
Also, could somebody just, this is completely out of the blue, I know it, but could somebody just please explain to me why we don't have interviews like this anymore? Right? Like, every time a sheriff or like a captain of the police department or the commissioner or like whoever, right? They have to make a statement or they have to talk to somebody or, you know, do an interview. It's always like a press conference. Whereas this is like, well, could you tell us what happened? And he's like, well, I mean, you know, we had the polygraph people come around, right? And like, he's just shooting the shit. Like, before when they showed him, he was having a cigarette and he's just leaning against the car. Why can't we have more shit like this?
he ran the third test, and he believed just what Mr. Hickson had told him.
Mr. Booth, tell me what happened that night in October.
Well, I got up and had turned off the TV and come to the front door, which you could see right behind me. Just as usual, checking to see if it was locked. So I looked out the window at the top, and naturally I saw this object above the street light out there. So naturally it caught my eye where the lights was on. I couldn't hear any racket or anything. So I opened the door after a few seconds to step out to see if I could really tell what it was. It just took off.
Can you describe it?
Well, it was
People said
round,
stuff they were not supposed to, then the
all
format
around,
changed to conferences where
turning
people
it up.
can't dig deep with questions.
Counter,
That's fair.
clockwise motion.
Yeah.
It had a dome on top with a bright light shining out through the top of it. To tell the actual figure of it or anything, you couldn't tell. You could just see the lights and the one on top.
When it happened to Charlie, the creatures, whatever they were, didn't communicate with him. Now, it's enough to say you saw a UFO to give you trouble these days in some towns. To be taken aboard is just a suspect idea. But somehow, if the creatures don't give you a message, you're just a touch less incredible. And Charlie says what he said and what we wrote about in the book. It was like they had a job to do, and they came and they did it.
I think there has to be a reason why that Calvin and me was picked.
Maybe because you could take it.
Well, it might be. I don't know. I think that they know more what's going on down here on this earth. And we think, and I don't know, they might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that
looking.
That could, you might say, hold up under the strain and convince people that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world up there.
They were the ones that saw the Pascagoula UFO.
What a terribly crappy song to end on. Like, seriously, I was invested with that interview, and then they just end on that crap song. But that's going to be it for me. It is 1 a.m. Today, Sunday, is my day off, so I'm definitely going to take it for sure. But I do want to thank everybody for watching and hanging out. Thank you, Corgi, for the raid. Really, really appreciate that. We had Bloop. Spectre was here. Alpa was here. Whiskey Alley was here. We had a bunch of awesome people tonight. Corgi was here, obviously. I want to say Myth was here as well. Rainbow was here. So we had a bunch of great people. But yeah, I will be back on Monday. And yeah, hey, Discord's open. Feel free to use it. Oh, we also had Mongo. Can't forget Mongo. Aylin was here as well. So, yeah, until I see you all later on and see you on Monday, thank you everybody for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Have yourselves a great rest of your weekend. So have yourselves a great night. Wow. Have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are, and a great rest of your weekend. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Had fun tonight. And yeah, I'll see you on Monday. Take care. I'm out.